All right, I think we're live. Just have to wait for the chat to open up for me for some reason. It takes forever. Anyway, welcome to the stream. Good morning, Grace. Speaking of Grace, she sent me a link to the full Discord VC of like her, Ben, and Ruby for 7 hours talking to like various passersby, homeless people, struggle sessions, all that kind of shit. Thumbnail looks interesting. Yeah, I had to do it. Once I saw that was available, I was like, I got to do the Karate Girl. But anyway, so next week will probably take 2 days to go through that. I don't know that I can get it all done in, I don't know, man. A 7 hour VC would probably be like at least, yeah, I don't know. I don't think I can do it all in one day, but we'll divide it up over 2 days and get it done. It's really interesting. I watched it live and I've posted some clips from it, but I didn't actually have the full like VC video. But anyway, today we're going to be talking about, oh, and also Grace finally got the Salvo interview. So like I said yesterday, trust the plan, even though I was starting to have some doubts. But Grace came through, got the interview, so that's checked off. And I think that's it. She's scheduled today, I think, to go live a little bit later on. But anyway, today is about unlocking the female mind. We watched about the first 10 to 15 minutes of this on another stream, but that I had internet issues, so it got taken down. But it seemed like people liked the video, so I thought we'd bring it back and start it over. So if you don't want to sit through the first 10 or 15 minutes again, I completely understand. But this is about how to talk to women, or how to meet women easily. Maybe. Okay, there we go. We'll get there eventually. Could have been Lawler. I'm going to skip past these movie things at the beginning. I'm not, just in case.
Steve Newmark. If you're like most guys, you see good-looking women every day you'd like to meet. And like most guys, you probably don't meet them as often as you'd like. You know, most men think they should just naturally have a knack for meeting women. But the truth is, it's a skill like any other that needs to be learned. You wouldn't expect to be a great surgeon if you never went to med school. Well, unfortunately, there's no school that teaches you how to meet women. That's why we designed this video, to give you the information and skills you need to meet any woman you want. With the techniques you'll learn in this program, you can take advantage of all those opportunities that pass you by.
Lawler's got it out for me. I think it's Jeff Jarrett, but I actually think the issue with the one stream that got taken down might have been there was a song on that Mid-South that was like or not Mid-South, I'm sorry, but on that Memphis show that was like not polka, but it was some kind of like a old style music. I can't remember who came out to it, but it was like an old type of music, and there was a copyright claim on the video because of it that blocked it in some territories, and I'm wondering if they were the ones, because there was nothing on from TNA or WWE on that video at all. And then the midget wrestling one, I don't know if I told you guys this or not, but that was ESPN. Disney took that down because some of the matches took place in AWA, and that was broadcast on ESPN back in the day. So that's why the Midget Madness got taken down. But honestly, wasn't that kind of a mercy killing? I mean, Midget Madness was kind of getting pretty tiresome.
By every day. Here's an example of what I'm talking about.
What a hunk.
I'm in love. I wonder if she's interested in me. I wish I knew the right thing to say.
Why doesn't he come over here? What does he need, an engraved invitation?
I can't tell. I don't have a clue. Maybe I'll throw myself at her feet and beg. Nah, that never works. Why doesn't she give me a sign?
What's wrong with this guy?
She doesn't seem interested. I don't need this. I'm getting out of here.
Yep, 19. I think the copyright's listed as 1990 or the whatever.
Men.
Look familiar? Well, that's what happens to most of us. This tape will show you how to handle that situation so that you come out a winner. During the course
You're very mindful to label your opinions as. Oh, come, Dana. Are you talking about because I talked to Grace about the syphilis thing?
of this program, you'll learn our 5-step plan.
Well, let me ask you this, Showtime. Are you satisfied with Ben's answer that you cannot get a real blowjob and therefore you cannot get real syphilis from a girl on the internet?
For meeting the women you desire.
She's like, man, if EFD would pay that debt back, I'd totally fuck this guy at a bus stop.
The inner game of meeting women is probably the most important step of all. We'll show you how to prepare yourself mentally to ensure your success. Step number 2, understanding body language. We'll show you how to tell if a woman is interested in you by her body language. And you'll find out how to broadcast the right message.
He seems like the kind of guy who would make a video on YouTube telling you how to use your remote control. Well, Ben said, I understand what you're saying. I'd be just being facetious, obviously, but Ben's defense on the e-girl, Showtime has an opinion, let me stress that opinion, that Ben contracted syphilis from an e-girl prostitute that he got a blowjob from. And so I brought it up last night on Grace's live stream, and on Ben's answer, or on Ben's live, I don't remember whose live stream it was on, but it was one of the two of them. And Ben's answer was that you can't get syphilis in person from someone on the internet because they're an e-girl. So you can't get a real blowjob from an e-girl, was Ben's rationale.
Messages through your own body language so that a woman will be interested in you even before you approach her. Step number 3, the approach. You'll learn the 5 most effective ways to approach a woman.
Grace also has a video coming out today about Ruby Spacek. I think it's scheduled on Misunderstood.
Step number 4, how to keep a conversation interesting. We'll show you what to do after you've said
You've seen this guy before. He seems like he'd be in a video where he'd teach you about how not to smack chicks on the ass at Target or something. Which would be difficult to do.
hello. You'll learn how to keep a conversation lively and interesting and how to get her to want more. Step number 5, getting the date. You'll learn the right things to say to get her telephone number or set up a date on the spot. The techniques in this video are based on years of research, observing what works and what doesn't. We've talked to many men who are successful at meeting women. We've also talked to many women to find out what really turns them on. In order to have a complete perspective on what women really want, this program is being co-authored by a very savvy female expert, Rebecca Sidnor. She's the author of the best-selling book, Making Love Happen, one of the most popular dating and romance guides of the 90s. To ensure your success, we've also included at the conclusion of this tape a 30-day program for putting these techniques into action. Some of these suggestions may seem a little obvious to you. Let's face it, this isn't brain surgery. Just know that this is probably the most comprehensive program available for meeting women. And most importantly, it works. Step number 1 is the inner game.
He looks like he'd tell you about not playing with matches. Absolutely what does. He'd be like, little Jimmy thought he was having a great time. Instead, his family is now homeless. Step 4, rebuilding your home. The syphilis opinion is the weakest. Your opinion that Ben raped Grace in October is the strongest. Do you want me to ask Grace about it on stream and see if she has any comments?
Contest
well, I'm sure you've talked to Ben about it, right? You've talked to him in chat.
Takes place inside our heads. You know, in sports, it's this mental game that often makes the difference between average and world-class athletes. The best athletes use many of the techniques we're going to talk about in this section.
When I see an attractive woman that I want to meet, I instantly feel like I'm about 14 years old, and I sweat and I stumble over my shoes and I make a fool of myself. Very self-conscious.
You know, most of us pass by great opportunities to meet women every day. The reason we don't is because we talk ourselves out of approaching them. Here's an example of what we often...
I'm asking Showtime because I genuinely feel like this is a point in time where I mean, they're always accessible, but I feel like the content is kind of at a place to where maybe not on Ben, maybe not on a Ben stream where he's in charge and he's like more just it's like a lecture stream, but like on a Grace stream, you could for sure get her to probably engage and talk about it.
Do when we see an attractive woman.
Wow, she's hot. But she won't be interested in me. She's too good looking. And let's face it, I'm not that great. I'm not good looking. I'm not smooth. I'm too shy. I don't have a lot of money. She's probably used to going out with guys who are rich. I'm not gonna go up to her and make a fool of myself.
Remember when that guy on Jenny Jones punked that player out by talking about his scuffed boots? That was so good. I'm still thinking about that burn.
So what stopped this guy? Fear and self-doubt, two of our most potent enemies. Because of fear and doubt, the guy in the video talked himself out of being with a woman who could have been very interested in him. He put himself down to the point that he convinced himself that he would fail. And that's what happens to most of us. Even if we're not aware of it, we talk ourselves out of what we want. You know, we all have something we beat ourselves
Bart
up
Simpson
about.
covers?
We're either too short or too tall, too young or too old, too fat or too thin. There's always something. Well, the main difference between guys who are successful and guys who aren't is that the successful ones don't let that negative voice in their head stop them. This negative voice and the fear that comes along with it
Fear
can be
voice.
defeated. Every time you walk away from something you're afraid of, it makes you more fearful. But every time you face it head on, it makes you less afraid. That fear voice in your head that always stops you will give you a dozen reasons not to approach a woman. It's not the right time, she's probably not interested, I'll wait till I'm in better shape. You know, you've heard it all. The key is to not pay attention to those excuses. It's just your fear.
I'll wait till she's finally out of the RV.
If you go ahead and do it anyway, you'll master that fear, and then you'll have all the women you can handle. Overcoming that fear will be the difference between you and the rest.
Oh my gosh, Showtime, what are you doing, bro? Why did you DM Grace and apologize for any past sexual intercourse accusations? Oh, because you're saying that you don't think it was consensual. Well, Showtime, I mean, that's like a noble thing to do. Like, I understand why you did it, but I mean, you had to know that she was going to read it on camera. I mean,
Rest of the guys. So here's what to do. When you hear those negative thoughts, give yourself a little pep talk. Tell yourself the truth, that women want to be approached. They think it's flattering. And that you're an attractive guy. She'd be lucky to meet you. It's also helpful to remember all the successes with women you've had in the past. You know, because your negative voice has influenced you for so long, you may not believe these pep talks at first. It may take a while for this positive message to sink in. But the more you give yourself these pep talks, the more impact
I don't remember like the design, but I feel like a lot of my friends had like, that was a really I feel like there was like an iconic Simpsons bed set, and I just can't picture it.
they'll have on you. It's just a matter of replacing those old negative messages that make you feel like giving up with new ones that give you courage. This is exactly what the most successful athletes do before a game. They talk them.
Yeah, I like talking to Showtime. What's the what are you sorry for, Nutty?
Themselves into success. Let me tell you about a guy who wanted to try out these techniques and decided that the beach would be the best place for him to meet women. Well, he went there one afternoon and he was really scared. He walked up and down the beach for about 3 hours before he could approach somebody. And by that time, almost everybody had left. But he didn't let his fear stop him. And
In case any of you Thorpe people weren't here at the very beginning, I think Grace talked about it on her stream, but she sent me a VC, she DM'd me a VC full video, like 7 hours long. I think most of it's stuff that, well, I saw it live. I forget how many people don't watch VCs at all, but it's really interesting stuff and definitely like fun shit to talk about on stream. It's like, it's a really chill too, because there's like segments, like each encounter they have ends up like it's its own little self-contained segment.
he did go up to somebody. Soon he got it down to maybe 10 minutes of pacing before he approached somebody. The more he did it, the better he got. Eventually, he got to the point where he ended up sitting.
You told Grace, the girl who reads everybody's DMs on stream, to delete after reading the to delete after reading it? Come on, Showtime.
Down with 8 out of 10 women, and about 40% of the time he came away with their
Hey Eddie, hey King TL.
phone numbers.
Like I said, I understand what you're saying. Like, you wanted to genuinely tell Grace, like, hey, from my perspective, I misunderstood the situation and I blamed you, and you weren't. You're not to blame. But like, I mean, Grace doesn't care about that shit.
The main thing he told me was that he got less and less afraid the more he did it, and then he became more and more confident. By the end, he'd conquered that fear, and he had a lot of women to show for it. You may be sitting there thinking, what do women think about all this? Do they really want to be approached? Well, to find out what women really want and won't tell you, I'd like you to meet Rebecca Sidnor. She's talked to thousands of women because she's one of this country's leading romance consultants. To finish up our first section on the inner game, let's get the female point of view from Rebecca.
Women admire men who have enough
Oh, remember Rebecca?
confidence to approach them. Being approached is flattering. Women love the attention and the feeling of being singled out. It makes them feel special. Remember, women are romantics at heart, and there's nothing more romantic than having a man go out of his way to talk to you. It really makes our day. Don't let the fact that you're not a Tom Cruise lookalike stop you. Looks are not as important for women as
Don't let the fact that you're not a Tom Selleck lookalike dissuade you.
they are for men.
Looks play their own part in it. They
Oh, I remember this girl. What a treat.
have an importance. However, they're not the most important thing.
Look at her face.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's see. I guess on a scale of 1 to 10, looks would come in about a 5 or 6.
Bullshit.
Women are more
Bullshit. She
interested-
was a terrible actor. I'm not saying that what she's saying is completely wrong, but like, she's clearly like a paid participant. That's not just a regular person off the street.
In the way a man makes them feel in the way he looks. A man with only average looks can succeed with a woman if he makes her feel desirable. Sensitivity is also important, as is a good
So really, isn't she saying, like, isn't she just backing up Savvy Man? She's saying looks are the, like, top thing to have. Because otherwise you wouldn't phrase it. She wouldn't phrase it like, oh, even if you're not good looking, you have a chance. You just have to work harder. That's essentially just a nicer way of what Savvy Man says.
sense of humor. Looks are secondary to these qualities. Don't second guess what a woman's type of man may be. You may be perfect for her and not even know it. A lot of beautiful women
You think Grace is black-pilled? Like, you think she's genuinely black-pilled, or you think her character is black-pilled?
I know are dating guys who aren't that great looking, but they had other things these women were looking for.
I've dated men who people would say they aren't good looking and they're shorter than me because I'm very tall. And for me, it has no consequence whatsoever. I mean, like I said, I'm more concerned that the person is honest and they're sincere.
Body language is a key to sending the right message to women so that they're receptive to you. Here's an example
I mean, the split second this like shoot ended, this guy walked right over next door and shot The Secrets of Magic Revealed.
of a guy using the wrong kind of body language and sending the wrong kind of message.
He's a good-looking guy. But what's his problem? I guess he thinks he's cool.
A lot of guys like the one in this video try to act cool and indifferent.
Yeah, I think we were right about here. I feel like I remember that guy clipping his fingernails at the bench, but I don't think it went on too... Well, I don't know when it ended because I just kept watching the stream after it had ended. I was just kept watching the show for a while.
They think that turns women on.
And then I realized that the stream wasn't live anymore.
They're wrong. Movie stars can get away with it because they're just great looking and famous. But for the average guy, acting aloof just turns women off.
I hate guys that, like, especially if you go out to bars or whatever, some of those guys, like, they sit there so cool, like, you're supposed to walk up to them, and when you do, they're like, I know you want to talk. They just look at you like, I know you just want to talk to me. You know, that kind of attitude?
Hell
I
yeah.
hate that. That's the worst.
Women are looking for a man they can trust and who's sincere, a man that is open and available.
Women are looking for a man who is, what did he say? Dependable? Hold on. I'm sorry. I want to remember this wording.
A man that is open and available.
Open and available. Showtime. You made yourself open and available to Grace. How do you feel like that worked out overall? Do you think this guy's advice to be open and vulnerable and take those chances and put yourself out there was an overall success? You said you'd do it again, so I think you probably think it was a success in some way then, right?
They're concerned about getting hurt. When they see a guy that communicates indifference, it's a warning sign that they could be hurt or mistreated. So it's important that you communicate before you approach a woman that you're friendly and non-threatening. This is done by open body language, which includes looking directly at a woman with a friendly smile, not a pure...
Well, the thing with the copyrights and when the stream ends, I think there's something wrong with my YouTube app on my phone, because I talked about it yesterday, but after the Memphis got taken down for copyright, it just suspended the stream. So I skipped to the next episode and the stream resumed. But when I went in to look at my stream on here, like, I couldn't, it just told me that it was still down by copyright. But then when I looked at the VOD, I can see myself saying that the stream is down, and then I just end the stream. So I don't know what's going on. Maybe I need to figure out what's going on with my YouTube app.
piercing gaze. Don't ever leer at her body. Keep your arms uncrossed, and keep your demeanor friendly and available. Another tip before you approach a woman is to take a few seconds to observe her and see what you can learn about her from her body language. You may notice things that could help you when you start
Jedi Rich would definitely not screw me over, I don't think.
talking.
Just stop and observe for a while, and see how the person moves, what the person is drinking, what the person is wearing, how the person might react to someone else that approaches
Oh, you've got a OPC Don clip I need to see?
them. And then you could just take those and take
On
what
your
you've
channel? I'll
learned
check
and
it
apply
out.
that. And if it doesn't work, so what? Big deal. You took a shot. You're either going to make it or you're going to fail, but at least you took a shot.
Now let's hear from Rebecca for the female point of view about body language.
Women don't always give out clear messages that they're interested, and even if they do, men don't always pick up on them. Research shows that most flirting signals are missed by men, partly because they don't know what to look for, and partly because most women aren't that adept at sending them. Sometimes we get embarrassed when we see a man we're attracted to, and
Would you meet up with her in person, Showtime? Like in a suit without Ben around? Would you meet up in what if we could set up like a misunderstood exclusive, just you talking to Grace?
we don't want to get caught staring. And if we do, we feel awkward and look the other way. When this happens, a woman may glance your way, catch your eye, and quickly look away. If this happens more than once, and you're not...
I do think Ben brings even like big picture stuff back around to how it always ties back into him. I agree, but I don't think that's really anything noteworthy. I feel like most people are kind of like that. They try to tie like whatever's going on into like some aspect of their life. You know what I mean? So I mean, I agree. I think you're right, but I don't find that to be that big of a deal.
wearing a gorilla
I mean, he's a YouTube live streamer. It's kind of hard to imagine that very many people don't like make it in that field. Very few people don't make everything about like themselves.
costume or happen to be her ex-husband, she probably would like to meet you. Now, if she looks at you and smiles or returns your smile, get up and move. She just handed you an engraved invitation. She'll become discouraged and withdraw her interest soon if you...
I can't live stream it. My computer's like 15 years old. It's at HP all-in-one. I can't even stream in HD. I can't have like guests or anything like that right now.
you don't respond. An excellent rule of thumb is that it's a good idea to approach a woman if you have a hint she might be interested. Chances are she will be. Observe the following demonstration, and you'll see a number of other flirting signals that you might be overlooking.
it seems so Christian. Are you saying that because of the tone of these would rapidly shift within the next decade after this, of like away from how do I talk to women to how do I fuck women? Like how do I become like instead of being like how do I meet a partner, how do I become like a shark at the club and run through all the hoes?
The woman in this video.
No, I don't still have dial up. I actually have decent internet, but like my network, I think it's a combination of just the equipment being old and like the network card being old. I just think I'm like, you know what I mean? Is that a thing?
Was flirting by straightening her clothes, smoothing her hair, and touching her face and neck. Women often touch themselves in places where they would like to be touched.
Hell yeah.
Okay, guys, if you're getting any of these signs, then your chances for success have gone way up. However, if you don't see these signs, don't be discouraged. She may be interested, but shy, distracted, or just lost in her own thoughts.
Uh-oh.
By the way, don't waste your time on a woman who's wearing a wedding ring on her left ring finger. So, make the move, guys. We're waiting.
Now we're going to show you the 5 most effective approaches for meeting women. After you watch this section, you'll be able to take advantage of all the opportunities that normally pass you by every day. One important thing to realize...
Yeah, it's just whatever. Literally, it's an HP all-in-one. Like, I don't know anything about what the components are. It's like 15 years old, probably.
...is that women are really concerned about their safety. There's a lot of nuts out there. So the most important thing to communicate to a woman when you approach her is that you're safe, that you're a gentleman. Don't be loud or overly aggressive. Be polite, respectful, sincere. Try to stay light, and most importantly, relax and be yourself.
Just coming up and being yourself, because yourself is always going to come out anyway. So if you're not yourself when you start out, then you're not giving a good impression.
Possibly the easiest and least threatening approach is to ask for a favor, some kind of help, or for general information. You can ask for the time, directions, anything to get yourself started talking and making contact with a woman. This doesn't have to be information you really need. It's just an excuse to start talking. This approach is perfect for all those times that you're stuck in an elevator with an attractive woman or waiting in line at a supermarket. The man in the next video was nervous about meeting a woman, so he transferred his nervous energy into concern about missing the train and used this as a reason to connect with her.
Excuse me, I'm new here. Can you tell me, is this the stop for the 5L?
Oh, yes, it is.
And do you happen to know when it comes?
Well, it should be here in about 5 minutes.
Good, I was afraid I'd miss it.
Oh, no, you haven't missed it yet. Just sit back and relax.
Oh, thank you. Do you mind if I stay?
No.
Oh, thanks. You've been a great help. I really was afraid I'd miss it. My name's Bill, by the way.
Susan, glad to meet you.
You too.
Simple enough technique. He just made an excuse.
No, I appreciate it though, Richard. Part of the reason it's so old is because like I was banned for like years. I didn't think I would ever stream again. So like I never even thought about getting like streaming equipment or anything like that. And then one day, just completely out of the blue, Twitch unbanned me. Like I still don't know why.
To talk to her. Chances are she's going to answer his question and then he's made the initial contact. Now you're not home free, of course. You still have to keep the conversation going. We'll talk about that in the next section. Here's some other kinds of questions you can ask. Let's say you're at the supermarket. You could say, do you know how to tell if this melon is ripe? Or in line for the movie, have you read any reviews about this movie? Or in the elevator, do you know a good place to eat lunch around here? The advantage...
Why did I get banned being toxic? So then I went, Twitch just out of the blue unbanned me, so I went back there and I streamed for a little while and I got banned again. And by that time I was kind of invested in, you know, making Grace videos, so I figured I'd come over to YouTube, and I knew I could make videos, but I was banned from live streaming, and I wasn't banned here either.
To this approach is that it seems spontaneous and accidental. It doesn't feel to a woman like she's being picked up. It also gives you an opportunity to start something with a minimum of risk on your part. The second approach...
I think the video's structured this way, south to west, so that like even like so that there's no stupid questions. Like if they think, oh well, of course a guy will already know to do this. There are guys out there that don't know that. So instead of like hanging them out to dry, maybe it does seem like, oh, this is super basic information, but there literally are guys out there who will be like, oh my gosh, I can just, maybe if I just ask her, you know, what time it is or what time the train comes, like, you know what I mean? So I think it's just so that they feel like they're helping everybody. Like, let's start at like the absolute like ground level and go from there.
Approach we recommend is to offer a compliment. This approach has the advantage of starting off a
Yeah, I mean, it was like when I got banned off of Twitch, it was for, I mean, it's Twitch. It's not like on YouTube where you can do whatever. Like at that time, back in like, you know, 2013 to 2015 or 2016, like Twitch was a really weird like place. They were just starting to like really clamp down on language and drama and stuff like that. So I got in trouble just for like saying out of pocket shit or whatever.
Conversation in a really positive way. After all, who doesn't enjoy being complimented?
There was a streamer and that was basically like super body positive, and she was a real fucking loudmouth about it too. And I mean, that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But whenever she would post like her selfie every day of her, like, I'm going live at whatever time, it was always like a heavily filtered photo. And one of my viewers told me about it. So I just went over to her channel and kind of like brought it up to her. And I was like, hey, you know, you're a fraud or whatever. I was pretty direct about it. But just stuff like that, like you couldn't do that stuff back then. There wasn't even a just chatting section. You couldn't even have like a chill stream back in that day.
The trick here is to study the woman for a moment.
You had to play cookie clicker if you wanted a chill stream.
And notice what is really unique about her. What makes her special? There's always something to compliment somebody on, so this is an easy one to come up with on the spot. Here's some examples of the complimentary open. Clothing. That's a beautiful dress you're wearing. Those are good colors for you. They really bring out your blue eyes. Jewelry. That's a very interesting necklace. What kind of stone is that? Smile. You've got a great smile.
Hey, baby, what kind of stones are those? You want to see my cock?
Her eyes. You have beautiful eyes, but I guess you hear that a lot. Something she's doing. You're a great tennis player. These may sound simple, and they are, but remember that what's important here is that you observe and be prepared to compliment a woman. If you are attracted to her in the first place, there's a good chance that what caught your eye in the beginning is what you can compliment her on. The following is a demonstration of what the complimentary approach looks like in action.
That's a nice scarf.
Thank you.
You know, I've been thinking of getting my sister something like that for her birthday. Do you mind if I ask where you picked it up?
Oh, just around the corner at this store. But it's the last one that they had.
Oh, no.
Actually, I'm sure that there's others there that you'd like.
Oh, good.
As you see in this demonstration, the compliment nice scarf had a natural follow-up question, where did you get it? That continued the conversation.
He should have been like, hey, nice scarf. Yeah, I was thinking about getting one for my sister. You kind of look about her size. You both have really nice bodies.
You could see that she was flattered by what he said, but it's best not to compliment a woman on her body, beauty, or face, because they carry heavy sexual connotations and may turn her off. So play it safe.
I also hate it when they sit there and all they talk about is how attractive they find you. I'd rather have them talk about that I'm funny or that I said something smart. That's much more appealing than hearing about my legs.
Oh boy, they're gonna pan down after she said she didn't like to be objectified. I feel like she is kind of, this is actually good advice, even though it's packaged in a not pleasant way. She's definitely not loud, but pleasant. But like, she's kind of right. Like, not every girl maybe does want to be like complimented on their appearance, but I think most people in general, like I'm not saying to say she's a fucking clown, but you know what I mean? I feel like people do in general appreciate, like, if someone tells them like, hey, you have a really good sense of humor, like you're fun to be around, that kind of stuff. Plus, what would you say nowadays? Like, hey, I really like your labia looks great in these yoga pants. It's very, very prominent.
Spontaneous approach is situational. You use anything that's happening in the moment as an excuse to start talking to somebody. It can be the bus being late, the weather, something funny that somebody just
What's
did.
up, ATF
The
Media?
essence of this approach is to be spontaneous and to use whatever pops into your head at the moment. This conveys a light attitude that's very attractive to women. Women often like the unexpected and appreciate somebody who can just wing it. This approach is especially effective when used with a humorous, light touch. Being light does a lot for you because it communicates that you're going to be fun to be with. And most importantly, because it puts her at ease and helps her to relax.
Make a few jokes. I mean, if you can make a few jokes about yourself.
Oh, boy.
Not everybody's so...
Dude, this guy's great. He has like 3 different hair colors. He's blonde, gray, and then with a red mustache.
Uptight. You know, just small one-liners.
Is this Chris Jericho?
Great. I found it to be great, so... But if I make fun of myself all the time, and it works.
This doesn't mean you have to be Robin Williams or even have a great sense of humor. It's simply a matter of taking a light and playful attitude. This is an approach that women often use when they want to make contact with a man. Here's a demonstration of a woman using the spontaneous approach.
Is there any good news today?
Not really.
I guess I don't need this then.
You know, somebody ought to come out with a newspaper that only has...
I'd stop talking to her immediately. Oh, I'm sorry, you're inconvenienced by reality?
good news in it.
You know, that's a terrific idea. I would be the first person to buy it.
Maybe we could start up a subscription base,
Oh,
huh?
what a wonderful idea.
There's plenty of people in this town that could use some good news.
It's true.
My name's Bill, by the way. What's yours?
Hi. My name's Susan.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
So, do you come to this park bench often?
This guy was sharp enough to tell that she was trying to connect, and he kept things going by continuing the conversation in the same light tone. Remember, there's always something in any situation that lends itself to an opening. Just keep your eyes open and be ready to...
ATF, ATF Media, It's Me is under a lot of pressure. One of his good friends was fleeced by EFD for over $300.
Say something. If she's interested, you'll be on your way. Women are looking for their knight in shining armor.
And then the guy who took the money, he was rubbing it in on everybody. He was fucking his chair live on stream.
So why not be one? Any opportunity you have to be chivalrous, to do a favor for a woman, is a lucky break. It could be offering her a flower, opening a door, lighting a...
James, I mean, I don't think it was... Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't watch a show like that looking... I kind of always thought the point of the dating streams was the opposite of being insightful, but maybe I just misread. I thought it was like a goof. I didn't... If he was giving serious advice, I mean, I don't know that he's insightful, but I think for that kind of like pop dating thing, like he's, you know, pleasant speaking and, you know, he gives pretty generic advice, I thought, but like compared to some of the other boy dating panels, like he's a pretty decent coach to bring on. I can't stand that guy from Playing with Fire.
A cigarette, giving up your seat. There are a lot of these kind of opportunities. One example of this approach is buying a lady a drink or sending her a note through a bartender or waitress. She'll probably ask the bartender who sent the drink, and then she'll catch your eye. If she smiles at you, then take that as an invitation. But give her a few minutes so it doesn't seem like you're pouncing on her, and then come over and introduce yourself. Talking about bars, another good approach for a bar or party is to act...
Do people still do that? Like, I know that you might buy a drink for a girl if you've like talked to her and then you walk over to the bar, but like, do people still do the thing where like somebody's at the other end of the bar or they're at a table and they like send a drink down there? I feel like that's a really good litmus test, right? From their reaction, you know, the bartender or whoever, the waitress is going to be like, oh, you know, that guy sent it. And you can kind of read in that, you can get a little bit of usable information in that moment, I think. But I don't know if people do that anymore. Like, I don't know. You'd have to send it like the drink sealed, I guess, so nobody would get Cosby'd.
Accidentally bump or brush against a woman you
Buy her
like.
tampons?
While you're apologizing
might
to her,
work.
you can introduce yourself. Or if you're at a bar, situate yourself next to a woman and ask her to pass the popcorn. So what if there's no popcorn there? You've broken the ice and, most of all, started the conversation.
I'm going to need Ben to do that to somebody in an IRL stream. Just look at him. Who cares if there's no popcorn? Just look at him and be like, hey, can you pass the popcorn? What is this guy talking about?
The last and possibly the most difficult approach is the direct approach. Now, some men can do this well. For others, it's better to pick another approach that's more comfortable for you. With this approach, you find a way to directly introduce yourself. Your intentions to meet her are not disguised. Women report that they really appreciate a man who's honest and straightforward and is willing to be direct about his interest in her. Women also say that the smooth talker can often turn them off because it seems like he does this with everybody. What does work when men approach you, and what do you like them to do?
Just guys that are like sincere, like they don't like, if they know.
Oh, yeah, now we're talking. Never done that, but you don't have much game other than, well, isn't that like a perk of being in a band, is that there's kind of like a little bit of instant moistener?
That they want to meet you instead of like being all smooth. Why don't they just, hi, I'm this, how are you doing? And just being really nice, like a friend or something, not like.
The night that Ruby sat on Ben's lap was at a green light, 100%. I believe 100% it was. I don't know what Ruby said about it, and I'm not saying that if Ruby would have been in a different mindset that it would have been a green light, but I think in that moment, with the way she'd been interacting with people in the streams leading up to it, and in the streams and VCs, I think the VCs were immediately following, or they might have been a little bit before. But anyway, definitely, to me, it was a green light, yes.
Like, oh, hey, I want to pick you up, Mr. Smooth. I hate, like, guys like Mr. Smooth Talker or something.
With a direct approach, it's helpful to introduce yourself and allow her a choice as to whether she wants to interact with you. Don't invade her space or seem too anxious. Remember, stay light. Here's an example of the direct approach done the
If you're in Nickelback, you don't need game because you can buy box.
wrong way.
No, I think you're right, yeah. Just a minute, though. I'm going to go over here.
Oh, look at this.
Hi.
Cooper's.
My name's Bill. Anybody sitting here?
No.
So, do you come here often? That's funny, because you look familiar. Say, do you know the owner?
No.
Oh, well, I do. We play a lot of ball together. I'm quite a ball player myself. I play second base, of course. Of course, my law practice keeps me pretty busy, so I don't get a chance to play very much. But just the other day, Fred was talking to me, that's the owner, and he said...
Remember that time when Ben talked like this to that clerk at the hotel and ran down he and Grace's entire streaming story?
Bill, I think you're the best second baseman we've ever had on this team. Can you believe it? I've only been playing 2 weeks.
Whoa, that was painful. Okay, what went wrong there? First of all, the man broke rule number 1. He violated her space and privacy by sitting down before really being invited. The second problem he had was that he only talked about himself, and he didn't know how to ask the right questions to draw her out, which is the subject of our next section. But first, Rebecca and the woman's point of view on the 5 approaches.
Each of the 5 approaches has its own advantage. Asking for a favor is the least threatening for a woman, especially if you happen to meet her on the street. Women are usually eager to help others, and she'll be turned on by seeing a glimpse of your vulnerable side. Offering a compliment can be very flattering to a woman and put her at ease immediately. You guys just don't know how much time, energy, and effort we put into looking good. So why not tell us about it? The spontaneous approach is very natural, and it allows you to show your originality. Women like men who are unique, and if you can make her laugh about something, you'll break the ice immediately.
Say something that is catchy.
Oh my God. What is it about this chick? Jeez.
Something that makes you look twice.
The gentleman's approach works really well because, as far as most women are
She's getting my recommendation for like actress of the video.
concerned, romance and sensitivity never go out of style. It's the little things like opening a door for a woman that really make a big difference, believe me.
One thing that works with me, if a man comes up and gives me a flower, that I really...
Hey Joe, did you see that Grace DM'd me a link to a 7-hour VC of her and Ruby and Ben talking to different passersby and homeless people?
really like that.
The direct approach is very flattering to a woman because the man lets her know up front that he's interested. Women are usually immediately impressed with a man who has the chutzpah to walk over and introduce himself. You don't have to be a smooth talker to be direct. In fact, most women are turned off by guys who hand them lines like, "What's your sign?" or "Haven't I seen you here before?" These lines make a woman feel like you're just trying to score.
Things you never do.
They're like, oh, don't use cheesy pickup lines like "you come here often." Use our time-tested pickup lines. What time is it?
Is ask for somebody's horoscope sign or have I seen you before. One of the best cities I ever lived at was Denver. And out in Denver, people there were just so friendly that they just wanted to meet you. And I think that's the big key is not to look at a woman and think, oh, can I be with her tonight? But more look at her and say, and find out who she is and what she like and approach it more towards
What's
a
up,
friend.
F-Wood?
If you're a little shy and uncertain at first, that can actually endear you to her. She'll feel special that you overcame your discomfort to approach her. It doesn't matter what you say, it's making the contact that's important.
When a man approaches me, I don't
Oh,
want him
wow.
to act. I want him to be himself.
Who
I want him
cares?
to be honest.
Bye.
I guess it's nice if he comes out to be a little bit shy.
Step number 4 of our 5-step plan is a very crucial issue of what to say after you've made your approach. This is where many men have the most trouble. In the preceding video, the man made a crucial mistake by focusing the conversation totally on himself. He was trying to impress her with how great he was, but he just bored her.
Hey,
Why
Laughing
can't
Cedar.
men just be themselves?
Now we're talking.
Quit trying to prove that there's something they're not or something bigger than they are.
Brilliant.
Or that they know so-and-so and that they've got all these connections and that they're great and that
Got all
their
these-
business is going well.
I've got
and,
all these
you know,
connections.
don't be so much talk. Just be yourself. And quit trying to impress people. Because
She definitely met OPC Don. He was like, "Oh, listen, I really know a lot about I know a lot of people down at Radio Shack."
when we're out and we see some guy, trying to impress everyone around him, that's a pretty big turnoff.
The best strategy to keep a conversation going is to focus your attention on her. Women often complain that once a man approaches them, they talk too much about themselves. That's a big mistake. Find out what the woman is really interested in and ask her questions about them.
Man, you know who's the master of not telling the other person anything about themselves? Is that guy on 90 Day Fiancé that's dating that Ukrainian lady, Natalie. They've been together now off and on for I think 3 years, and he refuses to even tell her the address of his home.
That interest. Really listen to what she's saying and show by your follow-up questions that you understand what she's talking about.
When they talk about themselves, and they don't talk about feelings and personal and relationships like you and them. They just talk about themselves. And then sometimes they'll say, "Oh, I've been talking too much about myself. What do you think of me?"
I was an educator for 20 years, master's degree in theology. I ran an Ethiopian restaurant. I gave all that up and became a reality star online, where I've rubbed elbows with all the biggest names in the debate sphere. And now I'm traveling the country with my daughter producing Golden Goo.
My favorite.
Another mistake the man in the video made was asking close-ended questions, ones that only prompted yes or no answers or simple responses. The best questions are open-ended ones, like, what do you find most interesting about your work? Or why did you decide to get into your profession in the first place? These require longer answers and give the other person more to talk about. Here's an example of how to sustain a conversation in a way that works.
You're right. But let's finish this up later, okay? Hi, my name's Bill. I saw you sitting over here, and I just had to come over and say hi.
Hello, my name's Susan.
May I join you?
Oh, please sit down.
Thank you. You know, my friends tell me a lot of lawyers come here. Are you a lawyer?
No, I'm an accountant, but I do work for a law firm.
Well, now that sounds interesting. What kind of work do you specialize in?
Entertainment law.
Well, now that's exciting. Do you like it?
Oh, I love it. You know, you wouldn't believe the things that we hear and see in the...
Man, that's what we're missing We need an entertainment lawyer. We need somebody that can take care of Jimmy, VP, the Jedi Rich, the Thorpes.
Field.
Like what?
Well, the other day I was on the phone and someone else was on the other line, and I picked it up, and you wouldn't believe who it was.
Who?
I was listening, and I almost recognized the voice, and then I realized it was Jimmy Stewart. Can you believe he was actually calling?
Jimmy Stewart was calling you? Oh, my
It
goodness.
was extraordinary.
Wow, what a lousy
Now, that
Jimmy
was
Stewart.
much better.
Fuck off.
This guy introduced himself properly,
I'm sick.
waited for an invitation to sit down, asked questions about the woman, and showed a genuine interest in her. It's useful to keep the following in mind when talking to a woman. Make eye contact with her the whole time. Don't look around the room and appear distracted. Make her feel special. Don't forget to smile. Nod to show your interest. Lean towards her. This will draw her to you. It's also useful to repeat her name, but not too often. Most importantly,
Grace.
listen carefully to what she's saying. That's the key. When you talk, it's helpful to paint word pictures. For instance, when you describe an event you went to, describe what it felt like, what you saw. Create a story that puts the listener into the picture with you. And be enthusiastic.
Do you think is it more effective to you guys when someone's communicating with you and they use your name? I feel like it's good in some situations. Like, I do it in chat. I don't usually just like ask open-ended questions. I'll like say the name, like the streamer's name. But like that's more for like communication ease rather than like a social strategy, I guess. The other time that I think about, which ties into the whole Silence of the Lambs thing about using people's names, is that remember they told that woman when she went on the news to like make sure you use her name a lot because that'll help humanize her.
This will get her enthusiastic and excited about being with you.
If they're especially educated in something, you know, that's kind of
I like this chick too.
masculine or, you know, whatever it may be, then I think it's interesting to me.
South to West, what, did you log into the wrong account? You're pretty riled up today.
To hear about it. I get excited for them because if they get really into it, I get really into it.
Now, don't be afraid to show your interest. That's very important. But at the same time, be prepared to let go of the conversation at any point. Be ready and willing to walk away. You want to convey the feeling that you think she's great, but you don't need her. Remember, there's always more women to talk to. Also, keep in mind when talking to a...
That sounds mean, but it really isn't. Like, I know it sounds kind of harsh, like, make her know that you don't need her, but that's really, really good advice because in my experience, that's not a positive thing to a woman if they feel, you know what I mean? They want you, I feel like in general, they want you to kind of have your own shit and then you, like, be part of, like, then have that overlap instead of, like, them being whatever. Now, there's obviously exceptions. Some women do want to be, like, the only... They want to isolate, censor, and terrorize. But in general, I think they want to know that, like, their guy has a life outside of the relationship.
Woman that she's experienced the following...
At least at the beginning. At least at the beginning.
...scene all too often.
I really like this woman. She's hanging on my every word. I guess being a dentist is more interesting than I thought.
This feels wonderful. I think I'm really falling for this guy.
I love her hair. And those eyes. Oh, no.
Yeah, I guess the name thing is probably true because I do think it is. If you say somebody's name wrong, that can really be something that's so minor but can be like a huge issue for them.
Never get tired of looking at those eyes.
This could be the one. Ron is great, and we still get along so well.
I hate this. I just don't feel it anymore.
I have a funny feeling, though. I wonder what he's thinking.
She's such a nice person. I hate to hurt her.
Oh, don't be silly. Everything's all right.
Okay, Ron. Gotta do it, man. Time to tell her.
Come on, Ron.
Because many women have had this experience, they're often cautious and afraid. Don't take it personally. If a woman doesn't seem to be wild about you right away, she just may have come out of a bad relationship or maybe shy or scared. That's why it's important to try to make a
I don't know. I'm not really a fan of the like slow burn where you meet somebody. I mean, unless it just happens naturally over the course of like a friendship, but the idea of being in a relationship that's cool or like mild at the beginning, that doesn't sound interesting to me at all. Like I feel like the beginning of the relationship is the like heat of the furnace that like fuels the entire thing. Like I feel like for me anyway, like if it wasn't like white hot out of the gate, I mean, forget about it.
A woman feels safe. You want to win her trust. The best way to do this is to be honest and genuine. That's very important.
I mean, I'm not saying you should have to like, film yourself during a first encounter, but you know what I mean.
If you're dishonest, a woman will feel it, even if she can't put her finger on it, and it could make her feel suspicious and defensive. Now let's hear from Rebecca about how to keep a conversation interesting.
Many men ask me, what is it that women want? Well, what they want most of all is more intimate and open communication. Women want to hear less about what kind of work you do and car you drive, and more about your thoughts and feelings. You may think that women are looking for the strong, silent type, and that might have been true 20 years.
I mean, doesn't it, the whole need versus want thing, like I know that it's romanticized, like, oh, I need somebody, but that's like then you're venturing into like a caretaker scenario almost. Like I would think the appeal is my partner or whatever is somebody who could have like, who has options and chooses to, be in this relationship, as opposed to somebody who has no other options and they're just stuck. You know what I mean?
Years ago, but times have changed. Now women are turned on to a man who's sensitive and open. And that makes a woman feel like she's getting to know you as a person and creates a bond between you. Basically, they're looking for a best friend as well as a lover.
I'd like to get to know men as people, and I find that hard sometimes.
They won't share
I'd like to get to know men as people, and I find that hard sometimes.
their feelings all the time, they don't like, or even if they do, they just don't express themselves, so you don't understand them.
Be honest with the woman.
Oh, get it.
Be as open as
Bye.
you possibly can. Let her know how you feel about her, if you can get it out, about life in general. Just be honest. Don't tell her what you think she wants to hear. Tell her what's really in your heart.
So you may be wondering, how do I do this? Start by opening up in little
Revenge
ways.
porn.
Let her know how you're feeling about something that's happening to both of you, like how you feel about the movie you just saw, or the kind of day you had, or how you really feel about her. It's important not to just tell the facts, like I worked hard today, but the feelings too, like how you felt about your boss pressuring you. In turn, listen to how she expresses her feelings and sympathize with her without trying to solve her problems. Try to see things from her perspective. She's not looking for advice, but for a friend. If you listen to a woman, she'll tell you everything you need to know to win her heart.
And men, it's like they just don't listen. They don't listen to what women are saying. It's almost like we spell it out for them. This is what will make us happy, 1 to 10. This is all you need to do, and I will be your most loving, wonderful girlfriend, wife, whatever you need.
Women are attracted to a man who's spontaneous. It's stimulating and exciting when we don't know what to expect next. Being spontaneous means being in the here and now with a woman, rather than wondering what you're going to say next. It means taking a chance on being yourself, rather than screening or editing what you plan to say next. If you're not afraid to express the way you really feel, you'll come across in a more genuine way, and that really turns a woman on.
Men are sexy with physical features, or just when they're really sincere, when they do something like something really goofy that's kind of stupid, but they're doing it just because they like you. I think that's sexy. And just when they're just out there being themselves, having a really good time, and not bothering to put up a front, if they know somebody's watching them, trying to be something different when they're themselves. I like that.
If a woman does seem interested in you, here's some advanced flirting tips, probably not to be used on the first encounter.
Can you imagine if you spent the money on this tape, which was probably pretty pricey in 1990? I mean, it's probably, I don't know, maybe by then they had the cheaper tapes. I don't remember, but spending your money on it, and then when you put it in, they just tell you to be yourself. It's like when Keemstar told Ruby just to be herself, be authentic.
Touch her on the arm or hand briefly, and then slowly withdraw. If you're very bold, you might want to touch her briefly on the cheek. Women find this very sexy. Women are especially turned on by a soft, low, husky voice whispering near their ear. Avoid overtly sexual comments and speak in a slow, intimate voice that will draw her nearer. When speaking directly into her ear, make it short and sweet and do it only once. You might say, "I love the way you smell," or "I'm glad I met you." That's powerful.
Okay.
Oh, you having issues with the live chat? I don't know anything about that kind of stuff.
Hey guys, you've successfully approached her and you've had a good conversation. Now don't make the mistake of not asking her out or at least getting her phone number. Sometimes guys will back off of this crucial point because they don't want to get shot down. But you've come this far, so don't quit now. And don't make the mistake of postponing this part for too long and then overstaying your welcome. Spend enough time for her to get to know you, but leave soon enough so that there's still some mystery. Notice how in this video, the man finds a complimentary and playful way to ask for a date.
I really enjoyed talking to you. So, are you old enough to date?
Oh, boy.
Would you date me if I behave? Huh?
It depends on how you behave.
How about dinner next Saturday?
Love to.
Can I have your number?
Sure.
Pretty good, huh? He made asking for the date playful and sexy, so she was in the mood to say yes. Now let's hear from Rebecca about how women feel about being asked out.
Most women prefer a man to be confident enough to ask for a date instead of just her phone number. If he asks for her phone number, he might not call, but if he makes a date, she knows he's really interested. Have a business card or a pen or a piece of paper handy so you don't have to fumble around. So men, remember, there are a lot of women out there who would love to meet you.
Oh, you
Now
think
that
he was
you
one
have
of
the
the
tools to
players?
make it happen, you have a big advantage. So good luck.
Meeting women is a numbers game. At the beginning,
Okay, here we go. We've got a 30-day plan of action.
you may fail more often than you succeed. That's normal, and it will get better. It's just the nature of this particular game, not a reflection on your looks, style, or personality. We suggest you follow our 30-day action plan to get maximum results from this program. Since the beginning is the hardest part, our action plan is a graduated program for mastering the art of meeting women. You may want to take notes about what happens as you go through this month. Also, it may be very useful to review this video, especially the 5 approaches. During the first week of the program, we suggest you concentrate on the inner game. Spend some time, maybe a few minutes
I'm going to try this 30-day plan on Grace.
each day, visualizing yourself approaching women in a successful way. Try to see yourself with as much detail as possible using each of the 5 approaches, having an interesting conversation, and then getting the woman's
Put ding
phone
dong
number.
in vagina.
This technique of visualization is very powerful and is used by Olympic athletes, successful businessmen, and many others to get comfortable with success before it happens. Because of the way the brain works, the visualization becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Okay, so now we're just talking literal. We're doing witchcraft now, or prayer, I guess, depending on how you look at it. We're doing we're manifesting the pussy.
At this point, it's also helpful to get a buddy to support you through this program. Ideally, somebody who will go through it with you. Then you can support each other and have somebody to talk to about what happens. During week number 1, we also suggest you start smiling at as many women as you can. Just walk down the
Oh my
street and catch
God.
their eye and smile. Now, some women will be a little uncomfortable
Can you imagine just walking down the street and just smiling and making eye contact with every woman you see? That would definitely not be weird.
and look away. Remember, they aren't used to this. And a lot of women
Well, but back then they couldn't put you on TikTok, right? So the worst that could happen is if I guess you could get people be like that weirdo downtown or whatever.
will smile back. That's all you have to do the first week. Sounds simple, But this crucial step will get you comfortable with making contact with more women and will set the stage for the next 3 steps. During week number 2,
I think in this case too, this tape, it almost feels like the people making it are like feeling sorry for whoever they envision watching it. Like it seems like they're trying to like, be a buddy and be a pal. So like I think they're like, okay, if you're getting this tape, you probably aren't super smooth. So like they're approaching it very clinically, but I still don't feel like it's as like mean-spirited or exploitative, really. It's just kind of weird, I guess.
we suggest that you focus on striking up conversations with women when you find the opportunities present themselves. You're not trying to pick them up, just getting used to talking to them more often than you would. Let's say you're waiting in line in the supermarket, or you're in an elevator, and normally you just kind of sneak glances at her or be lost in your thoughts.
No.
Well, this time, just
look, I feel like an elevator is the worst time to make a move, especially if you're somebody who's like awkward or unsure about your like social skills. That would be like approaching someone when they're a completely captive audience. Like, I get that it's like, okay, she has no choice but to listen, but like, I just feel like your window for that to be really weird or memorable in a negative way is just really high in an elevator.
say something. You're just starting some conversations. If it leads to something, okay, but that's not the point for this week. During week number 3, we suggest you approach 4 different women and ask at least one for her phone number. This is your practice week. Don't worry about results.
Practice week.
You just want to find out what works and what doesn't. We suggest you try using as many of the 5 different approaches as you can so that you can see what feels most natural to you. We also suggest that you start
Now that door's shut, let's talk about my need to procreate.
out with women who you feel you have the best chance with. In other words, don't go for the most attractive women right off, but work your way up to that. Everybody's going for the top 10%, but these women are often the least interesting.
Here's where this is veering off from all the stuff that most of us are probably familiar with on YouTube, is that they're giving the advice that, and I mean, I get what he's saying is he's saying like start here, but what he's really saying is be realistic. And I think the reason behind that, obviously, besides it's going to be much more successful if you're trying to find a partner, if you find somebody who's in your league, so to speak, but that if you are able to find somebody and talk to them, that like a lot of guys will be happy, that they found the need for like a 10 or whatever goes out the window if you find like somebody that that's what I think anyway, is how he's kind of, why he's going down this path. Whereas like red pill people would say like, don't even only go after the top 10%.
And most difficult to get. Take it easy on yourself and start approaching women who will be fun to be with and also who you could have some early success with. Remember, this week is about testing your skills, so don't worry about results. During week number 4, we suggest that you approach 4 new women with the goal to come away with at least 1 phone number. This is the week you put it all together and come up with your best effort as a result of what you learned from this course.
All right, so I have to ask for 4 phone numbers. Grace, Ruby, VP. Who else could I ask? Hailstar. No.
Now, by this time, you'll have talked to 8 women and put into practice a variety of approaches. If you got a date, great. If not, that's great too. Remember,
that could be true too, Backwoods. It's just, the issue with these is that it's never, you can run the same 2 people through the same scenario 100 times, and factors that are far beyond either of your controls could affect those scenarios where what absolutely works perfectly and ends up with you guys in a hotel room or making a date or whatever ends in complete embarrassing disaster the other 99 times. You know what I mean? There's so much of this that's up to chance and mood and atmosphere. Like, it's just impossible to say what works. You can just kind of figure out what works for you, but having like a catch-all it's just not going to work.
It's just a matter of time. There's lots of women out there, and some of them are going to be really turned on by you. The most important thing to remember is after this 30-day period, you should have a huge
Jedi joy
advantage over the rest of the guys out there. I'm sure you're going to really appreciate the effort you put out when you're sitting across from this very attractive woman that you're crazy about and who thinks you're the sexiest guy in the world. The best part will be that you met her through
Do you think that'd be a good opening line?
your own guts and initiative. Good luck.
I would not get dick piercing, no, under any circumstances.
What's the matter?
Nothing.
All right, I think that's the
I
end
live
of
here,
that
that's
video. Oh, here we go. We can. Oh my gosh, guys!
The answers to
this program was available on audio cassettes.
these questions and much more are available in this breakthrough new program, Love, Sex, and Dating in the 90s. The secrets of successful romance have been transformed into the most effective program.
I have to have it. Like, I've got to have this. Oh my gosh! Imagine all the Kino on these tapes.
Of its kind ever developed. Authors Stephen Newmark, Rebecca Sidnor, and Luann Cole are the leading experts in the field of love, sex, and dating. Together, they deliver to you the latest.
Man, those three people are the experts in sex.
Information taken from their live seminars. Now you can receive the powerful results from these seminars in the comfort of your own home. Call now and order Love, Sex, and Dating in the 90s and discover where and how to meet people easily, how to prepare for a date to ensure success, how to use the keys to seduction.
8-track, they come in like a just a big cardboard box. You just take them out and stick them in when you're in the car.
What men and women really want, their sexual secrets, and how to make a
I genuinely want this set. Like, I think this is fucking gold. Like, this is like ancient red pill tech.
Relationship work.
Oh, here we go. You can also purchase the audio program Love, Sex, and Dating in the 90s by these people. Send $65 to Clearpoint Productions in Mill Valley, California. So $65 gets you the audio version. You know Dr. Ruth can't put the pussy on somebody like Rebecca could. Come on. She got that dead eye stare. You know, she's like, I don't even want to get into it. Bill Cosby dating advice? I think he actually did. Okay. Okay, so this is called The Natural Way to Meet the Right Person. Dating in the 80s. I better turn this down. A sniper? What? She couldn't even look out of a window. So this lady, Monica Moore, at Webster University Department of Psychology, was a lecturer in the subject of female courtship behavior.
She could be the one, she could be the one. He could be the one, he could be the one, he could. She could be the one, she could be the one. He could be the one, he could be the one, he could. She could be the one,
had hoped by this time of the night to be with someone besides you.
Well, you're not exactly my dream date either.
What is our problem? I mean, our mothers think we're cute.
I'm serious. Have you ever stopped to analyze what went wrong again? I mean, why are some people getting into these nice relationships and we always seem to end up frustrated?
Maybe we're saying the wrong things or pushing the wrong buttons. I don't know.
I know. It's like I'm losing my confidence. Sometimes you don't even know what to say to a woman anymore or how to act. I went up to this one woman and we started talking.
What do you think about this? Right? This is the 80s, 40 years ago, and guys are saying, you know what? You just can't say anything anymore. You can't talk to women anymore. You can't be masculine anymore. You know what I mean? Like, isn't it interesting that 40 years later, like, people are looking back on a lot of people are looking back on the 80s as like a more masculine time, a more like when you could say more, and you know what I mean? But at the time, they had the same complaints that those people have now, which is kind of interesting.
Talking, and I thought we were hitting it off. The next thing I know, she's giving me the cold shoulder, and then she turns and walks away. I don't know what I did wrong.
I was having a conversation.
You know, that one guy over there, he came over and we talked, and he left and never came back.
Yeah. I gave a guy my phone number, but I'm not going to hold my breath till he calls. I am so sick of guys asking you out, and then you never hear from them again. Why do they do that?
Is it us or is it them?
I don't know.
I mean, why is it that we always seem to attract the guys that we're not interested in? There's one guy I wanted to meet, so I smiled at him, and he never came over. I wish I could project my thoughts to him and have some force bring him to me.
You might not have been able to say it like on TV or whatever, but like when I was a kid, of course I lived in the Midwest, so you know, take that for what it is, but it was very like, I heard a lot of people using it a lot, like out in public and even as a teenager, like definitely. But like as far as on TV or on the radio or whatever, probably not.
There's only so much one can do.
Yeah, you don't want to seem too easy or too desperate.
But you don't want to seem too standoffish either.
No, did you see that cute couple that left together? I know they just met tonight.
Sound familiar? Well, we've all gone through that. But do you know that there are ways that each of us, male and female, can improve the way that we go about meeting the person that's right for us? Now, we're not talking about one-night stands or phony pickup lines here. What we're going to show you is a natural way to meet people and hopefully to begin a relationship. We're going to show you vignettes that offer you sound and proven techniques on how to meet people, where to meet people, what to look for in a partner, how to break the ice, how to continue a conversation, how to have a positive connection, and how to have a pleasant first date. You'll also hear new ideas
What a piece.
from 6 psychological experts. But please, don't get us wrong. We can't promise you that you'll meet someone and get married next Tuesday.
Yeah, I mean, for me, free speech isn't really a political issue because both political parties don't really believe in free speech. They just believe in the speech. They only believe in unpopular speech if it's like their speech. You know what I mean? Like it's not like one side is like, hey, we should have complete freedom of speech, and the other side saying, no, we shouldn't. Like they're each asking us or forcing us to like heavily compromise what we're able to just basically talk about. And you know what I mean? So or they would like to, I should say. So I don't really see free speech as a political issue. I see it as like a target of both parties, like something that they would like to restrict at their leisure.
But leave Sunday open.
Well, I've never been into the singles scene too much, but because I really dislike it. I've seen it before, and it's not for me at all. I prefer to meet people at work or doing some of the activities I do, things like that.
Lolcow hair, lolcow face.
I usually meet people through friends.
Wow. I go running, or I do anything that has to do with sports. Go play racquetball or tennis, go ride my bike. And you can meet guys that way, even if you're not trying to.
Wouldn't it be great if there was some kind of magic potion that you could rub on somebody?
Look at this boy vibe we've got going on here.
Make that person instantly attracted to you? Unfortunately, life isn't that way. The right person is out there, I'll guarantee you that. But no amount of hocus pocus is going to make someone magically attracted to you. This is reality we're dealing with, not some script out of Hollywood.
Oh, Don, I'm your biggest fan. I watch you every week. You know, my ex-husband
Ronald Reagan in the in the background.
never did like you. Did I mention I'm divorced now?
Judy, you're talking to cardboard.
Yeah, and she's getting more response than I did on my last date. Oh, yeah? You didn't tell me. Another candidate for a personality transplant? Yeah, I'm afraid so.
Well, at least you had a date. Well, you refused to go out. Look, I'm just tired of the whole scene.
Linda, I think it's time you made an appointment to have your attitude realigned.
Listen, you guys wanted your pictures taken or what?
No, but can I take him home?
I don't think so.
Oh, you must be shattered. Maybe even devastated.
It's so hard to find a decent man.
It's so hard to find a decent woman who'll give me the time of day.
Oh man, are we gonna get some '80s women in aerobic outfits?
No.
As JR would say, business about to pick up.
I think she likes you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she's just playing hard to get, Kenny.
Come on, what's wrong with me?
This is Lalo, Ben, and Machiavelli in the basement working out together. The Simp Olympics.
Is it my outfit? Maybe it's my hair. Do you think it's my hair? Maybe it's the fact that I'm stuck in this machine.
Hey, you were the one that promised us we would meet women if we joined this hideously expensive health club.
Yeah. Well, you have met women, Brad. But of course, none of them measure up to your exceedingly high and probably unattainable standards.
It's not true. Look, I told you, I am just looking for the perfect woman to share my hopes, my dreams, my plans, my schemes, my ups, my downs, my laughs, and my frowns. Stop that! I mean, even if the perfect woman did come by here and hear you blithering like that, she'd probably do 180 and walk right out of your life.
One of the worst possibilities of being single is that panic sets in. Constantly you're asking yourself, am I going to meet the right person? Is this the right person? Is that the right person? And you're always feeling like you're on show and you have to be ready and available. Rather than keeping the focus on, is this the right person? I'm never going to meet him, and panicking, the best thing to do as a single person is to relax and start to do things that you can enjoy in your life. And in doing so, you become more interesting.
Yes.
You fill your time with more enriching activities. You can donate your time to charities, to coaching a little league team.
I agree with all of it, what she's saying 100%. I think this lady she's right on.
Going to classes, enriching your own life. And
if you're sitting around trying to manifest the box, like your life is not gonna be attractive even if you can get a foot in the door with a woman, because she's gonna come and see the way that you live and not want to come back over. But if you've taken the time while you're single that you're probably not gonna be getting laid anyway, and like just had fun and relaxed and enjoyed the other elements of life, that makes what you're building more attractive, to outsiders. If it looks like you're happy and enjoying yourself, then they're like, maybe I would be happy being with that person.
And in doing so, you're having fun along the way, and chances are that you're meeting more people. So instead of focusing on meeting someone, the natural way to meet a right person is to feel comfortable and happy in your own life. And in doing so, you will attract people who are doing the same thing.
Get into new situations. Sounds easy, doesn't it? Then why don't people do it instead of frequenting the same old places with the same types of people? Or even worse, you do nothing at all.
Do you know how many people tell me stories about how they met their mate? Starting off with, it was one of those nights where I just didn't want to go out. And what happens is that the person's guard is down.
I think that's a pretty fair. I've seen a few people talking about that now, how what they're saying doesn't match up to the realities of being out in the world. And I agree with that. And I think it just falls down to like what people think they should want and what maybe even makes sense to want versus what they actually are drawn to are two completely different things. Or like what they would like to value is different than what they actually what different than what their actions dictate. So I mean, I do agree that's probably the case. In not for everybody, obviously, but for some.
They're not at their best, and surprisingly enough, they become less guarded, and they're more open, and they're not trying to put on the dog, they're just themselves. And when you're not trying that hard, you end up being open to more people. So one suggestion, if you're not feeling that you want to get out of the house, take your hand, put it behind your back, and push yourself out the door. It's not easy, but it's definitely worth it. And one thing you can guarantee is that you're not being isolated. You're connecting with other people, if nothing else.
You're not being isolated, censored, and terrorized.
One recommendation is, believe it or not, that dreaded...
I'm getting some major, like, remember that, we were talking about it the other day, that old miniseries V? I'm getting some, like, strong, hot V-chick vibes from this lady.
Blind date.
She's gonna be a dog. I just know it. I don't want to do this. Oh, come on. Ring that bell. You're about to meet someone new, and at worst, it'll take an hour of your time. You must be Les Lee.
Hi, you must be Mark.
Yeah,
the truth is that
Talk about
blind
ruining
dates
it.
aren't blind.
God damn.
They're set up for you by people who know you, people who are from your same background, maybe in your same business, or in some way, important way connected with you.
Finally, we get some POV content where the person uses my name and this lady comes in and destroys it.
And the things that those people have in mind can be a very good list. They may even know something about you that you don't obviously know about yourself. And I think that making connections with people through your friends is probably the best way possible.
Oh, this is ridiculous. I can't do this. I wonder if he noticed if I wasn't here. Come on now, you made a commitment. How bad can he be?
Oh, wow, look at this
show.
guy.
Get out of my way. I come here to be the chick. Hey, yo.
He's got a TV with him. He looks like that guy from Laverne and Shirley. I know he's supposed to be like a punk rock guy and like, you know, tough and shit, but it's just not working for me. He just looks like a goon.
Let's see what we got here. Black jacket, blonde hair follicles. You must be Linda. You got to be Linda. No means guessing who I am.
Ooh, let's have a look at you. Yeah, Linda. You must be Linda.
Decided to go with the name tag.
Yes,
say,
Twiggy.
so, what you say we down 10, 12 beers, and then maybe we could get something to eat? I might like you better we slept together. I might like you better we slept together. Come on.
Oh, yeah.
What happens when your blind date or the personal ad doesn't work out? It happens now and then. You're not guaranteed when you meet somebody, but if you look at it as one more date, getting closer to meeting that potential mate, then you know if you're getting out there on your blind date or your personal ad, you're meeting somebody else and you're increasing your odds. So don't be discouraged. Keep moving on. It only takes one.
And here are a few more hints. When you leave the house, your odds of
I like how they're switching to 1950s music since we just had a greaser on screen.
meeting someone increase by 100%. The best way of overcoming the fear of rejection is to keep sharing yourself with more people.
Listen, guys, the best way to overcome a fear of rejection is just get the ever-living dog shit kicked out of you over and over and over again. I mean, I get it. You're never going to get a yes if you don't ask, but they make it seem like no problem. So you get rejected. Like, not everybody can just brush off, like, getting rejected. Like, I know you have to push through it if you want, like, a partner, but I just feel like they act like it's way simpler than it is for a lot of people.
If it seems everyone else has it made, remember, we're all going through our own struggles.
somebody on a game show.
We were skydiving, I was in the plane, and I met a girl next to me.
I met a man at a political rally.
I'm kind of torn on her. Let's go back. I need a second glance. I don't know. Her energy is good. I feel like she has kind of like, she would be good in a like raiding a village, but I feel like she might try to run the whole operation. She may want to choose which cities we're sacking, that kind of thing. I don't know if I could go that far.
Rally.
On a roller coaster. We were both single riders, and I got on, and she was clutching me through the whole ride, so by the end we were pretty close, and I decided I'd ask her out.
The outsiders.
As you can see, people can meet people anywhere. But some places are more conducive to meeting the right person.
Sorry,
Most
Blondie.
experts agree that the best place to meet someone is a place where, ironically, people don't go to meet others. The best place to meet someone, they say, is when two people are there because of a mutual interest in a place or event and happen to be there because of common circumstances.
Our next item is this priceless, authentic replica of an ancient African fertility god. Let's start the bidding at $150, please.
I was bidding on a large phallus sculpture, and I met this incredibly nerdy woman who turned out to be a complete hoe.
I have $150. Can I get $175? I see we have two people bidding for the same object. Can I have $185, please? The same two bidders.
Awkward.
$195.
Why are we paying attention to them when we have the chick with the big glasses? What's going on here?
$195, going once, twice, sold.
I think it's time we bid this place goodbye. What do you think?
Let's go. So, listen, I know I didn't win the auction, but could I come over sometime and use it?
Go.
People who don't meet the right person are dating the wrong kind of people. They may be dating a lot of people, but they're all the wrong kind. If you start going to different sorts of places and meeting different kinds of people, you will suddenly start discovering things about yourself that you like about other people, and then you'll have a much better chance of finding that very right person for you.
With the way dating is going nowadays, it's tough to meet somebody because so many people are putting up barriers.
The cursed artifact?
They feel restricted to singles bars
That auction wasn't hectic enough for you?
to have to meet them there.
He's like, hey, anybody want this? How much you willing to pay? Wonderful. Hey, two people are bidding. Fantastic. One of them won.
When in effect, meeting another person today comes anytime, anywhere.
Sometimes even the most unlikeliest places can be a...
I watched his sex tape. I wouldn't say I wouldn't say that it was 12 inches, but I think the most memorable thing from the Screech sex tape was that he literally did, like I'm not exaggerating, he gave one of the girls in the hotel room a dirty Sanchez as part of the video. That's the most memorable part of it to me.
meeting ground.
Hey guys, let me ask this one more time. Why in the name of Carl Sandburg are we at a poetry reading?
Since I promised the Binker we'd be here.
Yeah, and where do you know this guy from?
From college.
Yeah, and how long has he been a poet?
Since IBM broomed him last week.
Listen, let's sit in the back row close to the door so we can sneak out
Look,
if we want
they're
to.
all gone.
See, I told you if we didn't get here early, there wouldn't be any good seats left.
Oh, wait a minute. There's some good seats right up front.
Oh, of course there are.
Excuse me, are those seats taken?
He really does too. You see the whole thing. You see the I think he puts his thumb up her ass and then he just gives her the DS.
Please let them be.
Oh, no, go
Oh
ahead.
my God. Look at these. Look at these. Wow.
Thank you. Great. Thanks.
Hey, psst. I hear this guy's really good.
Yeah, he ought to be. He's had a whole week's experience already.
I really don't want to be here.
Oh, come on, it might be educational. At least you'll have something interesting to tell your fellow workers tomorrow.
Your fellow workers.
Besides, what else would you be doing? Watching Moonlighting for the 22nd consecutive Tuesday?
Yeah. And you never know, you might meet and fall in love with a great poet.
James Gunn.
Clam chowder. Can the river change direction or change seats? Double your pleasure. Double your chin.
I love this. This is fantastic.
Be sweet. Be true. Be mine. Be a pepper. She gave me her ring.
I think this is loosely based on me.
I gave her a call. She gave me $1 off at Zachary All. Okay, all right.
I've got to get
Take
out of
me.
here.
Shh, want me. Love me. Love me.
Looks like not all the action is on the stage.
None of the action is on the stage.
A Demi Moore lookalike.
I feel.
Oh.
See, it can happen anywhere.
Love, come in.
You can meet people anywhere. There are some very bizarre stories about how potential mates met their husbands or wives. There's no rhyme or reason to it. There's no making sense of it. There's no structures. There's no expectations on the right way to meet somebody. It's simply being open to everyone that you meet, keeping your ears and your eyes open so that when you come into contact with the kind of person that connects with you, you'll be available and you'll be ready. It doesn't matter where you meet them. It's just a matter of being out there and exposing yourself to people.
I was in my car going into Disney World in Florida.
Well, if exposing yourself to people is how to get ahead in dating, then Leigh Jeno is like the king of, he should be giving everyone dating advice.
And there's a lot of traffic, and there's like 5 or 6 different lanes. And there was this guy in a car beside me.
Yeah, Cooper's is a pub.
And we did actually go out.
Most unusual place I ever met somebody I went out with was
Dexter.
At a roller rink. And I happened to fall right in front of her and she tripped over me.
I was studying jiu-jitsu and learning how to dump men. I mean, physically dump them on the ground if they grabbed me, right? And he happened to be my victim that day.
If I was in the van, I'd be like, scrap the entire project. We found our new lead. Look at this Joker makeup and the suit. What's going on here? This energy.
And here are some more hints for you. It's easier to get to know people in small groups.
I feel like there's not really a difference. There probably is some weird technicality, but I think like they go out of their way like to emphasize that they're a pub.
Don't discount unusual, offbeat places or events. Try alternatives to the hunting expedition scene.
Well, if somebody has a nice smile, I will melt.
First is eyes.
Big, firm, round tits.
Large breasts.
Great
Yes.
fanny.
Blonde hair.
A hairy chest.
I start
my
with the
God.
toes and work up from there.
A big nose.
This plane is called a breezy. It's not the fastest plane in the world, nor
That lady would love Lance Russell.
the most aesthetic looking, but it is interesting and unique. The same thing can be said
Is Bill Hicks driving this ultralight plane?
about you and me. We all have our interesting and unique points of interest that attract us to others.
I wish I could pick up men as easily as I picked up this extra weight.
What do you mean? I thought you were losing weight on your new diet.
I was. Unfortunately, I realized too late that the diet didn't include a cheesecake.
You ate a cheesecake?
Yes, and it's right here.
Oh, you look fine.
Oh, fine isn't good enough. People who look just fine go home alone. I have to look sensational.
All right, you look sensational. Come on,
I'm
let's
so
go.
fat. No. Well, it's time to suck it in.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi. I'm sorry.
Hey, it's okay. You really have nothing to be sorry about.
Well, I should have been more careful.
Just a slight bump. No damage.
Well, then we don't need to exchange license numbers.
It's difficult to say what people like George Carlin or Bill Hicks, how they would be received now, because it's such a like it's such a black and white, like one way or the other type of thinking a lot in American society right now. So I feel like you more or less get pushed into one group or the other based off of like, well, and then each side probably would champion them in a way when they agreed with them, and then like villainize them when they disagreed with them. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think they would, like, either side would particularly, like, I don't know how to explain it. I just feel like they would definitely not change their material, so they would still, like, offend people, but, like, I feel like that's, like, such a higher crime now than it was back then, so I don't really know how they would be received. Oh, yeah, I don't think they would care, but I'm just saying, like, how they would be, like, kind of viewed from a overall societal perspective. I don't know.
That's funny. No, you know, you have a nice smile.
Thank you.
Mark, look at that.
That's incredible. Hey, she's looking at you.
Well, actually, she's not.
Like, if we had these kind of streams over on Twitch, or even like the one we had yesterday, the Jenny Jones, or we watched like a Ben debate or whatever, I would for sure get like a community guide, and did all the time for Thorpe stuff. Like, even over on Twitch, like, just the amount of restrictions that are on you is just crazy.
Not looking at me, she's looking over me.
Oh, don't sell yourself so short.
That isn't funny.
No, I'm sorry, you're not short.
Well, I'm shorter than she is.
We'll find out for sure, because she's walking this way. Yeah. Kiss you later.
Okay.
Excuse me, I just wanted to get to the...
But do you think, is this Grace and Lalo? Do you think, though, that, like, woke people would really be that receptive to George Carlin and Bill Hicks, who are, like, true, they're going to be viewed by, like, conservatives maybe as woke comics, but, like, woke people would be offended by them, too. You know what I mean? Like, their comedy does require you to, like, I don't even know if you call it nuance, but just be like to step outside of yourself, kind of. And I don't think a lot of people are willing to do that anymore.
Sure.
Pasta salad, thank you.
Oh, here you go. No problem.
Now, you have beautiful eyes.
Really? Well, thanks.
All of us have good features, and we have features we're not so crazy about. But the planet has about 5 billion people on it, and we've been brainwashed into thinking that if we're not one of the beautiful people, then we're not worthy of dating. In actuality, what you're seeing with commercialism is 2% of the beautiful people, and the rest of us are just plain looking. So the beauty comes from within, the enthusiasm comes from within, the energy comes from within. Concentrate on that, and don't worry about how you're looking, because how you act is 1,000 times more important.
So what's the problem? Why can't we find the person that we want?
Okay.
Maybe we're too picky.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe we have this fantasy person in our minds, a person that we manufactured in our dreams. But this is reality, remember? And in real life, Prince Charming and Sleeping Beauty don't exist.
It's not immature for a person to say, I think I can do better than this person. It is immature if the person is saying that about everybody and can never settle down and can never say, hey, this is a person I really want to have an in-depth...
You know, it's kind of it's bittersweet, I guess, to see him, you know, like this, knowing that he's gone. But it is good to see Kenny Rogers back when he was a young man and in his prime.
...relationship with. Basically, in a sense, though, the only immaturity is not knowing what you want.
So what's a person to do?
When you're looking for the right person, the first step is to know what you want. So what I do with my classes is to have each person write down 10 qualities that they absolutely cannot
big tits
live without for the right
trad girl
mate. After that, cross out 5. Realistically,
naturally talented musical performer.
You're going to end up with 5 priorities. When your expectations are too high and you're so critical, you're going to keep alienated from a good, healthy relationship.
I'm talking about Ruby, of course.
Once you know your criteria, don't revert to your old ways when you rushed into a party and immediately headed for Ms. Gorgeous or Mr. Hunk. Stop. Take a second look. Look for the person who's neither arrogant nor aloof. Look for someone who's
Look for the host of a DVD program from 40 years ago who just has a warm, welcoming personality.
sensitive, attentive, and open to meeting others.
There he is. God, he's gorgeous. This one does not, I repeat, does not get away.
RV, smoker, Burger King diet. Yeah, pretty much.
He looks like a nice guy, and he's actually listening to what that person is saying.
South to west, what's going on with you today? Are you having a bad day, or did you have a falling out with the Thorpes?
To him. Hi, I'm Debbie.
Hi, I'm Lonnie. Could you excuse me just...
Hi, listen, I'm Paul Diamond. I want to tell you up front, I'm a former drug addict.
Just for a moment, please.
And I have terrible PTSD when it comes to getting my hair cut.
See.
Hi. How are you?
Oh my God, that title.
What both sexes need to understand is that most people, men and women, fall in love with the people who are least capable of loving. Women tend to fall in love with the most successful men who, on the average, are the least capable of loving. Men tend to fall in love with the most attractive women who, on the average, are the least capable of loving. And so both sexes end up feeling that they're missing intimacy and are frustrated. If a man wants to meet a woman and he's really interested in intimacy and good communication with a woman, what he needs
All right, I'm just making sure.
to do is to look beyond the super attractive woman or the very attractive woman who is the most competed for woman. She tends on the average to not develop the ability to take care of herself. She becomes more and more economically dependent on the average. If a woman is open to seeking out a man who is not more successful than she, recognizing that every relationship needs a relationship gatekeeper, that needs somebody who's doing nurturing, and the more successful the woman
You know who liked to be the gatekeeper was old fence builder Tito Santana.
is, the more she might look to a man who's more of a nurturing type of man. And those men are the great, uncompeted for masses of men, among whom exist some of the most sensitive, caring, nurturing, intimacy-oriented men in the world.
Two types of people our experts tell us to avoid are women who are only out for money and men who spend every minute trying to impress people.
You know, I almost didn't make it to this party because I just flew in from Hong Kong.
And boy, are your arms tired, right?
No, I mean, seriously, I just flew in on a 747. I mean, right up in first class.
He's like, yeah, I just took a long flight. And she's like, oh, and your arms are... He's like, actually, my seat was very uncomfortable and it was unpleasant, but thank you for making light of my suffering.
What were you doing in Hong Kong?
Well, you see, I'm in the import business.
Tito Santana, he would build a fence around the pussy.
I fly all over the world, and I buy merchandise, and I also buy things for myself. Like when I bought my Mercedes-Benz, I went right to Germany, to the factory, and... No, I didn't drive it back. I had it shipped.
Oh, I wasn't gonna say that.
You should see my my house. It's furnished with things from all over the world. I'm not even home to enjoy it.
Well, I suppose that's the price you pay for being so successful.
Then it'll be your company someday.
Well, let's not rush it. I don't think my dad would be too thrilled about that.
So where do you live?
I got a place up on Laurelwood.
It's a really nice area. You know, I thought only doctors and lawyers with Jaguars lived in Laurelwood.
Yeah, I'm one guy in construction.
With the Jaguar?
With a BMW, but it's in the shop right now. I see someone over there I want to say hi to. Nice meeting you.
When a woman starts listing external priorities,
I remember in the police report I got Showtime, the police had it marked down as a Dodge.
such as Mercedes, Ferraris, income, and I've heard that. I've heard women say that I won't date a man who doesn't make less than $250,000 a year. She's getting herself in trouble because with that high price, she pays a high price, which is obligation, probably subservience. She is trying to attract to her something that is very dangerous as far as human qualities. Everyone has different feelings about money and the structure. But right now, with men and women relating to each other nowadays. People are suspicious about what does he want from me, what does she want from me. If a man's looking for a beauty contestant and a woman is looking for a Ferrari, I would say, that's what you want, go ahead and find it, and you'll find out that that's not where the real value lies.
$250K in the 80s?
Know your priorities. Famous last words. He or she is not my type. In a college yearbook study, not one person was singled out as being unattractive. Some of the most available men and women are neither rich, nor powerful, nor beautiful.
Well, somebody ran up to me on the street once and said, you know, I'm dying to meet you, but I don't have an opening line.
I'm in love with you. That is like the worst line. If someone just came up and said, hello, this is my name, I think I'd like that more than, haven't I met you before?
Haven't I seen you somewhere before? You know, you look just like my ex-wife.
Hey, can I have a picture of you, or would you like to come over and live on my dresser?
Hey, babe. Nice looking growth.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
I guess that's a no, too.
I can't tell you how many times men have approached me with these artificial and outlandish lines. I'll tell you right now, don't waste your time. Women are turned off by them.
I think setting yourself up with an opening line is real old-style 50s television. You know, it really should come out of what's happening in the circumstance and come out of what's happening within you and what you see in that other person. And if you're set up with whatever opening line it is, it's a mechanic.
What is looks maxing? I don't really know. I watched a little bit about it because I noticed that a lot of people in Grace's Discord would like spend an inordinate amount of time like taking like detailed photos of their jaw lines and like worrying about like their facial phenotypes and all this other shit. So like I don't really know much about it other than I watched a couple documentaries about like some of the like the pioneers of it or whatever, but I don't really get it.
It doesn't work.
I would say that the easiest way to meet somebody, if you're interested, is to take a look at the person, smile, and say hello. And once that happens, the other person is either going to respond or you might get rejected. But you will never know unless you make the first step. And I don't know too many people who are threatened by a smile and a hello.
Actually, you may not realize it, but women give off the first move when it comes to meeting men. They give off a flirting signal.
Oh, yeah. There's the thumbnail.
Welcome to the Ninja Vicky School of Flirting.
Vicky.
I'm Ninja Vicky, and today you'll begin your long journey to attaining flirting perfection. If you study diligently, you may be accorded the privilege of wearing the black belt, a privilege few enjoy, but that's a long way off. And men, if you learn to respond to these signs, you'll have a better chance of attaining your black belt, which means you'll have a better chance of meeting someone who wants to meet you.
Oh, what?
Oh. No, there are no questions. The only question is why you're here. And you've already answered that by signing up. Flirting has stayed the same through the ages.
Shayna Baszler's mom.
All women flirt. Not just fast women, not just the young ones, all women. But very few men can sense when a woman is interested. And those that do pick up on the signals usually end up making some stupid game out of it, thereby ruining any chance of a successful meeting. Okay, are we ready to begin?
Yes, Ninja Vicky.
Okay, women, let's begin with the basics. Look, look away, look and smile. All right, now let's see you try that. Ready? Look. Look away.
Look away.
You're not looking, you're staring. It's just a fleeting look.
I like this chick. She's working down at the steel mill nights to be able to afford these classes, and it's taken a toll on her, but she's pushing through because it's important to her to meet that special someone. And that'll be a lot easier if she's got a black belt, but she's got on her cool, like, working class Bruce Springsteen headband.
All right, come on. Now let's try that again. Ready? Look. Look away. Look and smile. Good. All right, that's it. Men, are you watching?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, let's go on. Let's try another. This one is called the hair flip. No relation to a judo flip. All right. The hair flip goes...
I mean, what a flex to give this class and you come out, everybody else is dressed like in their normal karate outfit and you come on with Donald Duck in it and you're just bare pussy while you're giving this lecture about how to get laid. That's some... You're immediately letting people know, like, that you run Bartertown.
Like this. Okay, let's try that. Good, good. Okay. Now, let's try the head toss. Flip your head backwards so that your face is tilted upwards, then bring it back down to its original position. Okay, now try that, and flip, and no, not that far.
Come on.
Okay, good. Now, bring it back down. Good. Now, once you become experienced, you can combine the head toss with the hair flip. Okay, now let's see you do that. Very nice. Good. Okay.
All right.
Another gesture is the primp. Adjust an article of your clothing, even if it doesn't need to be adjusted. And if you're feeling really bold, raise your skirt.
I think I know that lady from... I've got to piece it together, but I know that lady from somewhere, the host woman.
Just a little towards the man you're interested in. But if another man starts leering, pull your skirt down. Another is the glass caress. And then the lean in towards the person you're interested in. And then, if you're feeling really bold, and may I have a volunteer? And if all else fails,
We are living on the end of a lightning bolt with this short gi. I mean, every scene feels like we could have a real moment.
walk past the man and brush him. Now, some of these may sound a little forward to you, and don't try them if you feel uncomfortable with any of them.
And they got her in front of a mirror. Like, come on.
But they are more common than you think, and most importantly, they do work. And men, you have a role in this too. Most women are not going to come up and introduce themselves to you. So you have to be observant. Pay attention to the signals. Okay, women, let's try the basic move again. Ready? Look, look away, look and smile. And men, what do you do?
You're bricked up at the GameStop sales floor. Oh, well, at least nobody ever comes in. You don't have to worry about customers.
Amazing. No wonder you people are still single. Man, you have to go over and introduce yourselves to the women. Right. I want you to be accustomed to
Vicky is mogging every woman in the room. She's just flexing on these bitches. This isn't about teaching these guys how to date. This is about Vicky imposing dominance while she's bare pussy out in a dojo over these other women.
doing this automatically.
This is just a power game.
Okay? There. That's it. Good. Now you got it.
What I think men need to be aware of is that she has made an initial decision at that point, and then will assess him further on the basis of what he says to her and how he responds to her. So she may change her mind even though she has been signaling him for some period of time if what he says to her doesn't appeal to her or if he treats her badly. After he has responded to her and given her more information about himself, then it becomes her turn to give a response to him. She, at that point in the courtship phase, has a number of options, and I think a very powerful one is touch. She is usually the first one to touch. And that's a very powerful gesture on her part because it indicates continuing interest.
Even though the woman gives off the first signal, a man has to be careful how he follows
Absolutely.
up. We've already told you to forget the phony opening line.
Forget it.
A man shouldn't be too quick to shower a woman with compliments or even buy her a drink at first sight. Psychologists say he is giving away too much too soon.
Bartender, I'd like to buy this lady a drink, please.
a man has to ask himself, does he want a woman who will tend to be economically dependent upon him? And if he doesn't, then don't offer her a drink. Retain enough security and sense of self that you can just have a conversation and say, or when he does buy a drink, say, this time, can I buy you a drink? Which gives her the cue that they're not going to be bought for her all the time. Now, he will immediately eliminate about 80% of women who want a man to buy a drink, but he will also get for himself the 20% of women who are not interested in men, who go around buying people drinks and therefore are basically giving away the early signal.
Oh, is anybody else completely confused? I feel like they're telling you to do everything, and then in the next segment they're telling you, like, don't do any of the things we just talked about.
That I'm the type of man who will take care of you economically.
So a woman gives off the first signal and a man must respond. Then why do so many people let the moment slip by?
Neither the man nor the woman should let that magic moment pass by. They shouldn't wait for some or create some opportunity, but trust the moment. Trust that feeling of intimacy that just existed for a moment, but it's real and you trust it. You don't wait for some other excuse to meet.
Cornet.
This is a great piece of work, isn't it? I'm not familiar with the artist, are you?
Well, I've never seen his work before, but I have read about him. He's from Rhode Island, and his work is very rare. I mean,
His
how many
name's
times
Benjamin
have you seen a
Thorpe.
glass telephone cord?
Kind of reminds you of a cartoon gone nuts. I'd love to see a more extensive showing of his work here.
I think they're going to have an exhibition next month. Why don't we ask the general manager?
All right. Then what do you say to some cappuccino afterward?
Sounds good.
After the initial contact is made, it is the ensuing 90 seconds that sets the stage for what may be the right connection or what may be a misconnection.
Absolutely.
Whoa! Clock is running.
Oh. Now, what do you do if Frank Hassel's the guy grabbing your shopping cart?
What are you doing here? Maybe shopping for Jane Fonda?
No, but look at you. Do you have anything that doesn't require microwaving?
Oh, wait a minute, wait. I'll have you know, Twinkies are meant to be served at room temperature.
Oh, I didn't know.
Come on, Ref.
60 seconds, you're not interested.
No, huh? You know, you may be right. You know how it is with us bachelors. It's obvious I need someone to cook for me. Maybe you're interested, like tonight?
Apparently, Mrs. Paul has already done your cooking.
Should I take that as a no on my offer?
Yes.
30 seconds, not much time left.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I got a big screen TV, and they're roasting red buttons tonight.
I don't think so. Can I get by?
Hey, listen, babe, why don't you come over? I got a big screen TV. We're going to watch the roast of red buttons. It's going to be sick.
Yeah.
Time's up. No points.
I wish sometimes that there were ways that we could make each other respond, men on women and women on men, but this is mutual.
No, Frank Hassel, Hassle. He likes to go into Walmart and places and fuck with people and grab onto guys' shopping carts.
It has to be worked together, and there is, I think, no real way to force your partner or even manipulate your partner into responding. It has to be mutual. It's not like a dance where one person is really leading and pushing the other person around. Maybe it should be, but it certainly isn't. So there is no way that a man can force the pace. If he tries, he can run the risk of turning her off totally.
Oh, no.
Oops. Clock is running.
I'm sorry, I wasn't watching where I was going.
That's okay. I think I'll live.
God, I hope I didn't bruise your vegetables. Boy, you do eat healthy.
Yeah, I really try.
You know, see, I should follow your example. Look at this stuff.
Well, it's not so bad.
No, this is embarrassing.
60 seconds. Keep it up.
You know, the problem is, I just don't like this stuff.
Well, maybe you should start out slowly. Say 3 Twinkies to 1 Brussels sprout.
Yeah, well, that's an idea. Now, would I have to eat these all in one sitting, or could I stop to cleanse my palate?
I'll help you find something more appetizing if you'd like.
Okay, if you don't mind.
First down. That's the way to do it.
And a couple of more hints. Every single man would be flattered if a woman took the initiative.
Wow,
Talk
this is like
directly. Don't entertain.
this is every single man, period. Every single man. Talk directly, don't entertain.
Remember first names. Smile and say hello.
I hate the guys that can't stop talking about themselves. And half of what they usually say you can't believe anyway.
I hate women who lead the conversation into how much money you make.
Well, most guys have a hard time taking it past the superficial.
Women want to see a sensitive side to the conversation.
come on, bro.
And then when you give it to them, they dump you for not.
This guy knew exactly what he was doing, wearing these shorts, doing these scandalous poses in this video. What a pervert.
Being macho.
How many times have you been to a party and heard those sounds of silence? Well, it's not by choice. It's usually because two people are not letting things happen naturally. But there are ways to keep a conversation interesting.
Would Ben I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to tell what Ben like actually believes, and then he's pretty open that he just likes to discuss things. So I think sometimes he takes a side that maybe he doesn't personally actually believe in, but like is a more challenging or more interesting way to approach the topic. But I don't know. Ben's whole thing with I feel like he would almost always hit a wall once he sent the flaccid dick pic. I think the flaccid dick pic is a crucial mistake.
Well, so does it really help to talk to your flowers?
Well, I talk to them, yes.
Really?
Sure.
Well, what do you say to them? Like these flowers right here, what would you say to these flowers?
Okay. Well, how do you like the party? Does the smoke inhibit your osmosis? Would you like a drink? Oh, don't just stay there on the table. Come on over here and mingle.
Hey, well, I can see you're very comfortable talking to flowers. How about to a person?
Well, do you like the party? Does the smoke inhibit your osmosis?
Well, osmosis is a very personal thing.
I think the best approach after the initial contact with another person
Savvy guy. There are no godly women.
is to just be curious about this other person and find out more about them. It's very flattering to have somebody ask you a question about yourself, and it's not threatening. So the easiest way to get through those first awkward moments is.
Ben also said he's never had a positive sexual experience. So like if you've never had a positive sexual experience, then it's probably not gonna, in his age, you're probably not gonna, it's not gonna be a priority because you're not gonna get the hype.
To ask the person a question about themselves, their family situation, where they live, how they decided to move there, have they ever lived anywhere else in the States, what kind of job do they have, is there anything else they'd rather be doing, and get a feel for their response. That way, they start to reveal themselves and they don't feel as on guard.
Actually, there are stages of conversational intimacy that two people need to go through before making that connection.
True.
The first phase is to ask open-ended, non-embarrassing questions.
Once there's a comfort that the two of you are experiencing, then you move to the next level of intimacy. The next level of intimacy might be saying something like, I like that pin on your dress, or I like the type of tie that you're wearing, and that can get you and move you into clothes. The next level.
Do I think is she a femcel? I think she has self-identified at times as that, but I don't know that that's true. Like I don't know if that was a serious thing.
Of intimacy might be something like it's really is objectifying the audience, the people around you. It's really hot in here. It's really the people in here are really talking too loud. Something that you can.
I just think she's a gooner, south to west.
Agree on. Those are bonding types of questions. They're questions that pit you and the person you're talking with against the world.
There really are some interesting people here, aren't there?
Oh, yeah.
Is this the model, Rick Martel?
Yeah, did you get a load of that one over there?
Yeah. He's feeling no pain now. He will later. He bumped into me a couple of minutes ago. I almost dropped my shrimp dip.
Yeah, he made a lame sort of pass at me, and I'm afraid I was a little cool.
Well, I don't think you'll even remember, to tell you the truth. Would you like to sit down?
So listen, he's not going to remember tonight, but why don't we have an evening you'll never want to forget?
One thing that is almost certainly a conversation enhancer is mutual interest and common ground. But be careful that one person doesn't dominate the conversation.
Yeah, my last trip was safari hunting in Africa, and next month I'm taking a tour to Finland. But the group's a little older, so I probably won't have much fun. But next spring, I'm taking a group of singles on a tour of the Bahamas, and I'm sure I'll get in a little more recreational activity.
Oh,
Then I'm
wow.
planning
Well, the life
trip
of a
to-
travel agent must be pretty...
So in Finland, she's not going to have enough time for romance. But on her trip to, where did she say she was going? Jamaica?
exciting. Excuse me, I've got a friend over here I want to talk to.
But next spring, I'm taking a group of singles on a tour of the Bahamas, and I'm sure I'll get in a little
The Bahamas. She'll have more recreational fun in the Bahamas.
more recreational activity. Then I'm planning
Well, the
a
life
trip
of a
to-
travel agent must be pretty exciting. Excuse me, I've got a friend over here I want to talk to, okay?
I didn't mean to get carried away with my travels.
Have you ever been in a conversation where somebody
Ben would be like, listen, bitch, don't put your hand on me. You should be in prison right now.
kept talking and talking and talking? It's boring. And a lively conversation comes from two people sharing information. You don't have any control over whether another person talks a lot or listens a lot. But when you find yourself talking, chances are you're doing it out of nervousness and you're trying to come up with all this information to impress the other person. Slow down, take a deep breath, ask the other person a question about themselves, find out what their interests are, their hobbies are, or what it's like to be dating right now. And you'll find that you'll be able to share the conversation on a more equal basis, and you'll learn about them and they'll learn about you, and it won't be boring.
But what if you think that all is lost and the person is about to walk away from you?
Hi, my name's Robert. What's yours?
Cheryl.
If you think she's about to walk away, insult her friend.
This is a really nice party, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. It's okay.
This chick fucks.
I'm gonna go refresh my drink.
Those are really interesting earrings.
Oh, these?
Mm-hmm.
Why, thank you.
I used a similar design on a sculpture I just finished.
You're a sculptor? Wow, I find that really fascinating.
Sure, but in my art gallery, I could never come up with a masterpiece like you, sweetheart.
It's really nice to make a living doing something you enjoy.
You do it professionally? That's great. Hey, aren't you the guy that they wrote an article about in the Sunday paper?
I would advise men to give it one more shot, particularly if they can say something different to the woman than what they've been saying before, because they may change her mind about them. If they're going to continue in the same vein, then it's pointless to continue. But if they think that they can add something new to the conversation, then it's worth another shot.
And here are a few more hints. Don't show off or try to impress. Don't put someone else down in an attempt to make yourself look good. Maintain eye contact. Show
Excuse me. Didn't we just see a scene, right, where a guy specifically put down another person at the party and was like, look at this lush, and they like goofed on him, and then that is how he connected with the woman. So we've literally seen it work in their recreations, but now they're telling us not to put somebody else down.
interest in what the
He wasn't like, oh, I feel sorry for him ever since his wife left him. He's been an alcoholic. No, he was like, look at this goon. He made me drop my shrimp dip.
other person has to say.
If he can't look me in the eye, that tends to tell me that he's not very honest about things.
I get flattered if a woman lets me know she wants to go out.
I like to get to know what a person is all about, and the physical side of a relationship usually comes quite a bit later.
There are ways to tell if two people are interested in each other. And although people have broken speed records in making the connection, it's almost always a slow process.
Great form.
Thank you.
I know some great exercises for working out all these muscles through here.
I think I've got my routine pretty well worked out, thanks.
I think you'd enjoy the exercises I have in mind.
You know, I
This would be like a 30 million view TikTok now.
think my boyfriend taught me those same exercises.
Well, you know what they say, a little variety in your workouts like good spice in your life. Hot.
Hey, I'm here to work out. I am not interested, okay?
Hey, I was just trying to be friendly.
If men had that idea of proceeding, step by step, building intimacy, letting it occur slowly, I think we'd all be a lot better off. One of the problems that men have is that they do run the light. They go too fast. You know, they look at her and they say, and they reach out their hand and they touch her hair or her earring or something like that. 30 seconds after they've met, and she pulls back. It's too fast. It's invasion of her body space, of her privacy.
What do you know?
And many women are very, very resentful, and I think properly so, of a
Just because it doesn't work for you, pal.
man who simply invades them.
Jeez, how many reps have you...
Oh, man. I think there are definitely women out there who are looking for men to invade them.
done?
I'm on my 4th set.
You know, I know another way of doing them that might be a little bit more effective. It's where you lift your legs straight up instead of bending them.
That's harder.
It's harder, but I think it's more effective. It's great for your stomach muscles. You can probably do it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you seem like you're in pretty good shape. You probably will do it.
Thank you. How long you been here?
Been here like 2 hours.
Been working out hard, it looks like it.
Worked up a sweat.
Me too. So how many days a week do you come?
I'm here like about 3-4 days a week. You?
About 3 days a week.
It's
Yeah.
great for you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Makes you feel good.
Hey, would you mind spotting me on the bench press?
Yeah, sure.
Great.
No problem.
The process is called a mating dance, and it consists of 5 separate phases. Approach,
The mating
talk,
dance.
turn, touch, and synchronize.
When the two people become interested in each other, they begin to turn to face each other.
Savvy guy would be like, look, when it comes to women, all I'm interested in is synchronizing, blasting off, busting nuts.
It means that each one of them is focusing more.
He doesn't care if they're a good person, if they've got good character, if he just blasting off.
More and more on the other person and finding them fascinating. It's a way of building a little enclave of privacy between the two of them. Who does it first? They both do it simultaneously and together. As this whole process is occurring, the two people are doing something that's, to me, absolutely remarkable. It's called body movement synchronization, and it means that the two people are moving absolutely simultaneously. They both reach together, they move their hands together, they'll sway or move their bodies together. And it's as if they are really beginning to dance with each other, and it's quite striking and I think very lovely.
I think that it's safer for the man not to touch until the woman does so, because I think women regard touches as very invasive unless it is invited by them.
It is also apparent when one person is not interested in another. Now that may be a little too drastic. Most people are a little more subtle than that.
Women who are not interested any longer orient their bodies away from men. They
See Everett
cease
Koop? Wow, what a deep cut.
looking at them directly. They often look at the ceiling or look at another person. Their nose particularly tends to come up and away from the man. They pull their bodies away. They begin to answer
She's concealing her womb.
in very brief, clipped sentences.
So what to do when facing someone you know is out of your ballpark, so to speak? Someone so gorgeous or handsome you could melt.
Hi, I'm Peggy.
King TL needs to pay attention to this for his pursuit of grace.
Hi, I'm Lonnie. Excuse me for a second.
Matt Gates.
The person who's doing the approaching should, generally speaking, create something that's on that person's turf. Because the person who's doing the approaching, whether it's the woman or the man, is in the powerless
He's like, listen, folks, when you're dealing with the female mind, you got to know when to hold them and when to fold them.
position. And if you do something that's on your turf, that evens off the power.
Hi, I'm Peggy.
Hi, I'm Lonnie.
I couldn't help but overhear about the money you won at the horse races last week. Do you like horses?
Actually, I like sports. I just happened to invest in a racehorse with 5 other friends, and we won a race last week.
Oh, great.
Do you like horses?
Oh, I love them. I ride at least 3 times a week, and I play polo every other Saturday night.
That's great.
If you're at a party and you're talking with a fellow and you're afraid that he's only interested in your looks and you don't have the looks to compete, start to reveal yourself. Reveal the qualities of warmth, of humor, of being intelligent, simply by having a conversation where those things come up. You're going to have to take hold of the conversation. You're going to have to direct the conversation.
Yes.
You may think that it sounds like you're bragging, but you're not. You're just revealing yourself. You're sharing yourself as a human being, and that couldn't be more
Listen, it's not bragging. You're just revealing yourself.
flattering or more of a turn-on to the right kind of man.
Until some of the strongest parts of his hand have been shown, he shouldn't give up if he's really interested. Once the strongest parts of his hand have been shown, and he's still getting eye contact of, she's looking bored or she's looking somewhere else, then give up and get out.
And here are a few more hints for you. Never assume that you know what the other person is thinking or feeling. Don't flirt with others while talking to one person. If not comfortable with the person, move on. Don't give up until after your strength has been shown.
I kind of like it when people keep a kind of a distance on a first date, because you're still getting to know each other.
If it's going good mentally and we're communicating well, then I would kiss her on first date.
Holding hands and stuff, that's fine on the first date, but if he starts attacking me, that's a little out of line.
There's no hard and fast rules for dating. There's no specific point in a first meeting when one should ask someone out on a date. This is played by instinct.
Hi. What do you think of Ninja Vicky's flirting class?
Well, I've been practicing my hair flip, but once my fingers got stuck. Too much mousse, I guess,
Well, I've been trying to pay more attention to women's signals, but I've had a tough time knowing when to follow up. I guess I need to...
Okay. Yeah, wrestling we'll be doing, we're going to do Memphis Friday, but we're going to do wrestling tomorrow, but I think it's going to be just random wrestling shit.
To work on that.
Didn't I see you at that poetry reading? Wasn't that guy a piece of work? I mean, who was he? I haven't seen or heard of anything like that drivel in my life. I can't believe I went to that. What
Is that Patrick Duffy?
were you doing there?
The poet was a friend of mine.
Oh, well, I guess he wasn't that bad.
No, he was pretty bad.
No, he was just, different.
That's what IBM thought.
Well, I think I have all the food I need. Okay, it was really nice talking to you.
Oh, wait, let me fill up my plate and I'll come sit with you.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe we can try and guess which one will do the hair flip.
Yeah, I think that blonde over there.
You're on. I think it's the woman in the red dress.
Really?
Oh, tell me where the answer lies. Is it in her kiss, or is it in his eye? It's a lover's question. I'd like to know.
Well, if you're not busy next Monday for lunch, I'd really like to take you to this new restaurant. It's really great.
You know what I want to get Showtime's take on? Is remember the mood shift? I can't remember exactly what happened, but there was weird vibes. It was during the OPC Dawn era, I think, or close to that. But, vibes were low. Ben and Grace went to, a restaurant and ate and got drunk. And then Grace did, a hour or two, live performance on the sidewalk. That would be an interesting... That would be an interesting Showtime deep dive, I think, into that whole vibe shift.
And the world hasn't found out about it yet.
That would be great. I'd like that.
Great.
Now that a first date has been set up, where to go? Psychologists recommend a place that doesn't put romantic pressure on both parties.
I've never been on a date before in a gym. I don't know anything about these machines. Or you.
Look, you guys claimed that this video was racist, and clearly it's not.
Well, I'll demonstrate how to use the machine, and we'll talk about me later.
I've never sweat so much on a first date
Oh
before.
my God. Look at this guy.
This was really a good idea, you know?
Yeah, you're a pretty good player.
Thanks.
I think I need lessons, though.
You know, I could teach you. How about next Saturday?
Sounds great.
I recommend for people who are going out on their first, second, or third date to find an activity that draws the focus away from the how am I doing, how's he doing syndrome. For instance, ice skating, taking a bike ride, going to a football game, something where two people can enjoy an activity and they aren't worried about what's going on between the two of them. I also recommend not going out.
Man, look at the size of these menus. Oh, look at this art in the background, too. I thought it was obscured for copyright reasons at first.
On a Saturday night for the first date, because you're immediately put into a romantic situation. You're sitting there with a person that you hardly know with candlelight and wine, and the pressure is on because how am I doing, how's he doing says what's going to happen at the end of the night. It's premature. The romance hasn't.
I don't know. I feel like, again, no, I feel like trial by fire is the best way to do it. Like, you can go to a movie with somebody or do, you know, things that she's talking about. Like, if I have to distract myself on the date to make it through it, then, like, why am I on the date with this person? If it's not somebody I can just sit down and, like, eat a meal with and talk to or walk around with or whatever, like, why would I even be on the date with the person? Like, oh, I got to go pick her up. I got to make sure we go down to the rodeo so that, you know, we won't be thinking about each other at all. Like, what's wrong with this lady?
Started yet. The flirtation
Sick,
has,
evil freak.
but it gets you distracted from really getting to know the other person.
I'll have the Goddess Diana salad.
4.9, a trendy. She probably read it was Lady Di's favorite. You know something funny?
I know at least one thing funny. Oh, 3.6 for that one. He'll think I'm mocking him or making fun of his question.
The salad you're ordering.
What if your first date didn't go so well? Fireworks didn't go off. Bells didn't ring. Should you see that person again?
If you're out on a first date, and if you're not turned off with that person, to definitely go out for a second and a third time. Over a period of time, once you get to know someone, a lot of the awkwardness falls.
These kind of couples are there. Well, how Savvy Man would word it, even if he didn't agree with it, would be that these are like couples that learn to tolerate each other. They're like, oh, it sucked in the beginning, but I toughed it out. I learned to cope or whatever. Like, that's not, that doesn't seem like a great deal to me.
Falls away. Many people are shy, many people are uptight, and they're protective. The signs are basically, if you want to have a second date, that you're feeling comfortable, that you're having fun, that you're excited about being with the other person, and you can feel that those signs are happening through eye contact and through basically, if I'm feeling comfortable, chances are that the other person is
You don't think this lady, 989 Studios, is getting dicked down on the reg?
feeling comfortable as well.
And a few more hints.
Stay away.
Stay away from discussing past relationships. Relax, enjoy yourself, and try to make a new friend. See beyond another person's shortcomings. Everyone is nervous on the first date. A good attitude always brings out the best in people.
Somebody should screenshot this and send it to Grace for like successful collab rules. I think they're all pretty good. Stay away from discussing past relationships. Relax, enjoy yourself, and try to make a new friend. See beyond the other person's shortcomings. Everyone's nervous on the first encounter. And a good attitude always brings out the best.
What does it all come down to? What do we all want?
Honesty, confidence. Attractiveness is not that important if she knows what she's about and she likes what she is.
Honesty, sensitivity, sense of humor.
Down to earthness and being a real person, not into all the glamour and money and fast cars, just being yourself.
When I see someone who I can tell is very
Is this lady a judge?
intelligent or creative,
Oh, it's this
or
lady.
vivacious and in control, and has a lot of personality.
Each of us has our own criteria for our potential right partner, and there are probably thousands of people out there who fit our lists.
If you step out from behind your closed door and you start getting involved in life, you're going to be exposing yourself to situations that
I like how they're closing the video by saying, like, touch grass.
you'll get rewarded with. And make sure that you have fun in the process. If that's your goal, then you can't help but start to meet the right people in the natural way.
If someone is open, that's the person you should be drawn to.
Oh, yeah.
And if someone is closed, it is not your duty in life to try and change them, no matter how
Are you listening to this, Showtime? It's not your responsibility.
attractive they may be. And remember one more thing.
No matter how attractive Grace might be, Showtime, you cannot hold yourself responsible.
For all the energy that you're putting out trying to find the right person, there's a person out there putting out just as much energy trying to find you. Good luck.
Forget those phony lies. Don't worry how to play. Put the game aside and do it the natural
Oh, those shorts,
way.
wow.
Don't need no love potions. Cupid
Hating on women? What are you talking about?
Just follow your heart.
How can this be a stream about hating on women when this entire video is like presenting the female perspective?
How can you miss so? Do it, oh yeah, the natural way.
What a video. Okay, I've got one other thing that I want to watch, but real quick, let's balance that out with let's watch a quick Savvy Guy presentation. And then I got one other video to show you. Regardless of ethnicity, some men just aren't chosen. This is his, is he on an ethnicity thing now? Here we go. What advice do you have for men who've been mistreated? What? What do you mean I was always sexist? What does that mean?
Little presentation. Happy February. Mr. Lucario, you know that what you're saying is not true, Mr. Lucario. A lot of these dating coaches, they know what they're saying is not true. I got a question for dating coaches and PUAs. What advice would they give to men who are not men who've been treated bad by women? Because little do you guys know, there are some men who've been treated bad by women. Women don't treat all men equally. They just don't. You know, a lot of you dating coaches, y'all believe that it's all about game. There is no such thing as game. It's all about your looks. Why can't you guys admit that it's all about looks? It has nothing to do with your game, your confidence, what you think of yourself. That's all BS. What you believe don't matter. It's what a woman believes you are. What you think of yourself and how you feel about you is not important as a man. It's what a woman feels. Because, see, look here. Women gravitate to the men they like. And Player Supreme, he was another liar.
Hold on. How can you say that? Okay, so are you saying that I'm sexist, like that I'm sexist against guys, or what?
But one thing he was honest about when it came to women, he admitted that women do the choosing when it comes to men. Women choose men they like. They choose men they like. They choose the man they want to impregnate them, the man they want to be their husband, who they want to have their children, all of that stuff. So women, they just choosing dudes for face value. They not choosing dudes based on no confidence. And the reason to why some men have confidence in themselves is because women like them. Of course you would believe in yourself if women want to give you sex. You know, there are some men who women find attractive so much, they could be married to a woman and have a woman on the side, having an affair with another man's wife. There are some men who got it like that because women find them that attractive. People need to cut the BS. There are some men out here who not being chosen. There are some men out here who being treated bad by women, and this is something that needs to be brought to the light. I'm tired of people saying that it's all about confidence. I'm tired of people saying this confidence stuff. It ain't got nothing to do with no confidence when it come to women. Ain't got nothing to do with your game. You know, women, you know, they make themselves available to men that they like. That's something I wasn't aware of in my younger days. So I just want to know, what advice would you dating coaches have for guys who getting treated bad out here? Men who being mistreated by women. What advice do you have for these men? You know? And see, another lie that they've told certain men, oh, you can go to church and you can meet you a good God-fearing woman. There ain't no such thing as no God-fearing woman. Because I grew up as a church kid. I never met a God-fearing woman in my life.
I really like this one. I feel like this is like it's a stew of kind of a lot of his recent thoughts all mixed into one like compilation video.
You know, they'll tell some guys, you know, you need to go to the church and you'll meet you a good woman. Ain't no good women in church. Ain't no good people in church. All church people are evil anyway. So I just want to get some advice real, you know.
Jim, these kind of hijinks are why you upset Richard Ramirez.
What advice would you dating coaches give guys who've been treated bad all their life? Because, see, people love to blame men. I know there's men who are not sought after by women, men who are not being selected by women. I notice people always want to say it's something that they're doing wrong. I notice that. Men who don't have women choosing up on them, men who don't have women trying to throw no pussy their way, people always want to say it's something you got to be doing wrong. That's BS. I don't agree with that. Why can't we just...
Yeah, he absolutely is upfront, and he will straight up say that he's not talking down to you. He will literally say it takes a loser to know a loser. He's not telling you how to get laid. He's just saying, hey, here's the realities, in his opinion, of why you're not getting laid.
Just admit that women are shallow, and they only going for the top 10% of men.
Yeah, he just walks around randomly. He did one not too long ago where he just came immediately out of a Target, and he was like, he was vlogging. I tried to recreate it, but people in the parking lot were freaked out.
Yeah, the men who look the best. So if you're not somebody like Chris Brown, women ain't checking for you. If you're not somebody like Jeremy Meeks, women ain't checking for you. You know? Because there are men out here who get treated bad by women.
In Plants vs. Zombies stream, I always chose the female characters and never the males. What? No. If you remember, I advocated heavily against the Rose. Now you're being intellectually dishonest.
You know? But see, I notice people like to demonize men who get treated bad by women and say that it's their attitude and they're negative, and you know, people just always want to deflect and blame the victim. It's time out for that in 2025. It's so time out for that. Let's just admit some guys get treated bad by women, and let's just admit women are all about looks. Dating coaches, PUAs, I want you guys to check out this presentation. Let's just admit the reason why some guys get treated bad, the reason why some guys get ghosted by women, the reason why some women tell certain men like myself, I can't go to a movie with you because my car just got repossessed.
See, he's not at all saying like he's getting laid and you're not and he has some secret. He's just saying, hey, he's in the same trench.
Today, I had that happen to me back in 2023. Let's just admit women don't want certain men. Let's just admit that. Women find some men to be ugly, and that's why they're not checking for them. Why can't we admit that? Why can't we just admit that women are shallow people? It's 2025. Let's just admit the reason why you guys are getting treated bad, the reason why you're involuntarily celibate, because women think you're behind ugly. So you need to just get your money up and go on and pay for the coochie. Why can't we just tell certain men that? You know? Let's just cut the BS. Now, see, I used to think when it came to females, like,
this is an all-timer for Savvy Guy. I mean, this is a pretty good one.
Like I stated before, when I was a teenager, I thought it was about being a gangster. But I realized I was totally wrong. I was misinformed. Being a gangster has nothing to do with getting a woman. It's about your physical appearance. And I just feel like it's time to stop demonizing men who are not being selected by women. Let's just admit women are shallow people, and they don't want to get a vagina to certain men. They feel some Negroes are ugly. Why can't we just admit that? Let's just cut the BS for a moment. Let's just cut the foolishness for a moment, and let's keep it 100.
Yes.
It's time to just keep it real.
Joe Shabatoni, let's cut the foolishness and keep it 100.
It's time to keep it real. So I want dating coaches, I want PUAs to comment on this presentation. Let's just admit women are shallow people, you know? Because a lot of these dudes that women get involved with, they're not the best dudes. It's plenty of savages that have multiple baby mamas. It's plenty of a-holes, narcissistic type of men. They got plenty women. A lot of these type of men, you know, you see it on the true crime stories that I cover. These ain't the best type of men.
Yeah, we haven't really covered any of it on stream, but he does a lot of videos about women who end up either getting killed by or getting fucked over by these bad boys as like more proof of his like theories.
So can we just stop trying to say that women are judging dudes based on personality? Can we stop saying that women are choosing men based on the content of their character? Because that's not the case here. That's not the case. It's just not. You know? I just want to know, what are men who've been treated like garbage by women? What are men like this supposed to do? Men who've been mistreated by women, men who haven't been treated fairly by women, including myself. What are guys like us supposed to do? You know?
And in case you weren't here for it, we found out that Savvy Guy's plan is that they're going to create Involuntary Foundation. Donald Trump is going to sign an executive order establishing the Involuntary Foundation, which will distribute $5,000 a week to guys who cannot get the box.
I know that we need to...
So that they can afford to have hobbies or to travel, whatever, you know, with the whole boxless thing.
Go to brothels and pay some escorts, but that costs a lot of money, you know? I feel some wealthy man should have the kindness of his heart to recruit men who are involuntarily celibate, take them to a brothel, and get them laid. That'll be good if some rich man, some multi-millionaire dude say, I'm a recruit.
I'm making a list of what everybody wants when I win the lottery, and I'm gonna all expenses paid for Savvy Guy out to Vegas or Reno, wherever, 100% if I win the lottery. I'm sending Savvy Guy. First class all the way, too.
100 guys to go to a brothel, and I'm going to pay for each one of you guys to get your sausage wet. That'll be a blessing. You know? So, you know, that's what needs to happen. You know, people know the truth deep down. People know why certain guys get treated like trash. You know? And if you a dude watching this presentation, because I know most of the guys that watch my presentations are men who've been treated like trash, put a champagne glass in the comments of this presentation if you a man who've been treated like garbage all your life. If you've been treated like trash, put a champagne.
Let's engagement farm just a little bit at the end. Savvy Guy is Savvy Guy for a reason. That's smart to say that.
Champagne glass in the comments of this presentation. Because I know the men that watch my content are not men who are desired by women. These men have been treated like garbage. But I just want to know, what solutions do the dating coaches have for guys who've been treated like trash all their life? Because there's got to be some kind of solution that you guys have. You know, you dating coaches, PUAs, it's got to be some kind of solution that you guys have for dudes in our position, dudes who not wanted. But you guys leave your comments. Let me know what you think. I'll talk to you later. Happy February. Valentine's coming up soon. And I plan on doing a Valentine's Day stream. That's a hell of a holiday. But you guys have a good one.
Oh, man. Live stream with Savvy Guy on Valentine's Day. Pretty epic. All right, I want to watch one more old video. It doesn't really fit, but I just thought it was the title of it is so amazing. That I had to watch it. Let's see. Oh, maybe it's women's rights to survive. I literally just saw it. What happened here? Oh boy, hang on. Oh, also, remember how we could never find that Rich video? The title of the video is like, Jedi Rich boxes for the first time since the 4th grade. Jedi Rich boxes for the first time. Here, see, here we go. Right into it, right off the bat.
You go teeth. You caught me right here in the forehead. I'm a teacher. Not to accept the box match niggas like this. Not to accept the box match with a nigga like this. Y'all ready? Let's go. Alright.
Oh my God. Oh no, Mark. Oh no, no. Oh man. Oh, here we go.
Man.
All right, well, there's the legendary Jedi Rich boxing video. Did he ever do the milk crate challenge? I don't know. Apparently, I had to type in ladies' right to survive VHS. Here we go. International Police Tactical Video. Oh, whoops.
Oops. Stay.
That was almost the thumbnail, but I didn't know if we'd have time to watch this or not.
The techniques shown in this video are in no way meant to be offensive in their application, nor do they guarantee safety to the viewer in any given situation that they may be applied. Responsibility as to injury to any party or expected results of the methods or suggestions of use are not those of this production company or any others connected to this project. This video contains reenactments of actual attacks. In some cases, the victim did not survive the attack. In some cases, research was done, including interviews of the assailant and the victim. This video is dedicated to those who have suffered through such an experience and to those who have lost their lives. To the thousands of families who have been victimized, we share your grief and outrage with the hope that this video will better prepare others from becoming a statistic.
Absolutely. When's the next women getting arrested stream? Probably do one next week, maybe.
During my 28 years, I have investigated my share of assaults, rapes, and murders, and I have found myself asking the same question over and over again. What could this victim have done to save herself? In almost every case, the victim made a series of mistakes that assisted in their demise. After viewing Ladies' Right to Survive, I sincerely believe you will be
literally never a bad time.
Better informed and equipped than the unfortunate victims I usually met at the crime scene or in some cases in the coroner's morgue.
Why would it down?
Yeah, I had fun. A lot of work, though, you know? Are you leaving now? Okay.
Yeah, too bad it had to rain, but I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, bye. We'll see you.
Don't scream. It's me, Bob. Don't your husband. It's your husband. Don't scream.
You're crazy. What'd you do that for?
I couldn't help it. You look too easy, you know?
Oh, that's not fair.
Is it going to be fair if it's for real?
Oh,
Right?
no, I guess not.
I'm sorry. It wasn't fair because, you know, I didn't even give you a chance. I told you who I was, you know? I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
Don't do that again.
It was not fair. I'm sorry.
I'm walking
Unfair.
down the street and you attacked me.
It wasn't fair. I'm sorry, okay?
All
Forgive
right,
me. I'm sorry.
All right,
I'm
don't
sorry.
do it again.
No problem. I'll never do that again. Next time you'll hurt me or something, you know?
While you were watching Bob make his point, there were attacks on women taking place throughout the United States.
Was that like a weird sex thing? What was going on there?
Statistics from various law enforcement agencies makes this crime against women very real to the hundreds of thousands of women. And yes, Kathy was right. It isn't fair. What would you do if you were in Kathy's shoes? And the attack was for real.
What would you do if you were in Kathy's place? A. Bite the attacker's hand covering your mouth, then scream. B. Go limp, pretending you have fainted. C. Use your elbows, driving them back into your attacker. Or D. Just freeze and wait for better positioning.
C. I'm going to say C.
If you chose C, you're on the right track. Let's join Commander Robert Fabre conducting a Ladies' Right to Survive seminar.
All right, now let's see how we can formulate the tactics you just saw in the actual reenactment of a scene. Okay, Kathy was basically walking. First scene, myself grabbed her to play a little game with her, okay? You should never do this. This is only for the show. Grabbed her on the mouth and controlled her here. Now, if she continued to attack, she would use an elbow strike here, spinning out, using knee strikes and palm heels, whatever she can use at this point, knees that are growing, and so on. So you can be using these. Elbows and knees are the most important thing you can use. The idea of our training today is basically to give you an alternative in reasoning how to do specific things. There's many, many things you can do. Some things won't work, which we're not going to cover, and some things will work. We're trying to show you one or two techniques that will work for you. So Dave's going to show the tech. Elbow strike, palm heels and knees, elbows and knees. That's where we're going to work. Try it again. Okay? Okay, fine. Okay, let's try a little bit of power now, Kathy. Whatever hand you're being grabbed with around the mouth, that's the elbow that's clear to use. Remember that point.
I love this lighthearted music for these like pretend rape attacks.
All right, so you have to do. Doesn't take a whole lot of training. Doug, you still with us? Okay, come on up. Okay, let's try it one more time. Watch the elbow strike. Watch the power of the techniques you can develop. Elbow, spin out, palm heel, ab strikes, knees. That's fine. Very good. Thank you, Kathy. Now, techniques that we work on. You know, many times we can say, we will say when they grab you around the mouth and around the body, bite their hand. Okay, with disease and AIDS today, maybe you don't want to do this. But there are times you can bring your hand up and pull that hand down.
Hey, normally we'd tell you to bite the hand, but, you know, we don't want you to get AIDS.
Or push the hand tight against your mouth so you can get a bite. When you get a bite, they usually let go. If you can't get the hand around the mouth, then, of course, that elbow, and as you can see, is perfectly lined up right here. Spinning out of the way, and then finishing off with palm heels and elbow strikes and groin kicks. Good. Thank you.
A word to the wise is sufficient, ladies. Travel in groups, if possible. Let someone know where you're going, how you're getting there, and what time you expect to return. Also, let them know your route. Wear a man's hat and bulky clothing at night, and have a flashlight that works. Keep a sharp instrument on your keychain, and a whistle will come in handy.
Wear a man's hat at night? Well, I was thinking about attacking that woman, but she's wearing a man's hat. I'll take a pass this time.
Weapons such as pepper spray, stun guns, electric shockers, and guns are effective.
I like how she's, at the very end, it's like all this other stuff. Or guns. Yes, imagine how effective that is as self-defense, a gun. Like, wouldn't that be the first thing?
But they could be used against you. If you're well trained in the use of these weapons and the retention of them, and that they are legal in the areas where you live. Remember, you can't always use them the second you need to.
There have always been those who feel that the private citizen has no business with guns. These types feel that the people should submit meekly to violence if the police are not at hand. These arguments are,
hold on a second.
Guns are dangerous. You might shoot yourself.
First of all, what did this guy's cadence of speech, his unblinking stare, and he was a Police Olympics gold medalist.
For someone else. Guns invite the mentally incompetent to use them in fits of temper. Guns are used by criminals and so should be prohibited. No law can prevent an individual from committing an offense. It can only punish them afterwards.
Look at all these
guns. Guns are dangerous. They are supposed to be. They would be useless if they weren't. With the increasing amount of violent crime in our society, what handgun should a female consider using for self-defense? The same concerns that affect a male affect a female. The skill of sight alignment, proper grip, and trigger control do not discriminate between the sexes. Gender is less of an issue than what so many so-called experts claim to be. Emphasis should be placed on training and shot placement. Men and women do come in many different shapes and sizes. Realistically, though, no matter who you are, you will have to take several things into consideration.
Why did the one time this guy's shown any emotion, he cocked his eyebrow up when he was talking about how men and women come in different shapes and sizes? What was the eyebrow tilt about?
The first and most important is to find a gun that fits comfortably in your hand. That may well be the single most important factor for anyone. Next is making sure that the gun you think feels good in your hand also fires a cartridge that affords you enough power for self-defense, but at the same time has a controllable recoil. Most of the time, the female turns to a small-frame .38 special revolver. With a 2-inch snub nose, you can apply the skills and hit your targets appropriately.
He's blinking, but not very often. Oh, this is fantastic.
Yeah, I gotta go to work. You guys take care of the rest of this, and I'll see you in the morning, all right?
Okay, we'll see you. Bye.
Make sure you lock the door, all right?
Oh, yeah, I will. All right, see ya.
Oh, wow, this is so cool.
Just a minute. Who's there? Who's there? Is anybody there? Answer me. Is anybody there?
Better check. Oh, good. She didn't just open the door. Oh, well, that's no good. They'll clip it, girl. Oh.
What would you do? A, run to another room and hide.
Here comes
B,
Jim
keep
Belushi.
screaming in hopes to be heard. C, reverse position with the intruder and flee. Or D, stay calm and reason with him. If you chose C, you're still alive at this point. Now that you know what you should do, let's join Commander Fabre and learn more.
The scene you just witnessed, there's many opportunities of thought here. When somebody enters your home by breaking the door, you have an intruder, breaks the door and comes in, or breaks the lock off the door as you've seen. The best thing to do is to exchange places with him and flee the house. If he wants to come in, then you have to get out. Now, imagine if you had children at home, what would you do? Would you do the same thing? Yes, you would. You probably should, because the fact you can defend your children much better by getting help from the outside than running into a room and trying to hide with them. Now, ways to avoid this situation is to have your door properly reinforced so somebody cannot open the door that you don't want in there. One of the things you should be doing, Winter International has just brought out a new product. It's called the Door Club, and you'll be seeing a little bit how it works, and it's a very effective means and ways to keep an individual from entering your home. Other things you can do, you can take the pepper spray, the Cayenne Guardian, and you can place it with a Velcro at your doorway on the inside, out of the reach of the children. So when you do want to know who's at the door and you happen to find the door being broken coming in, the pepper spray is at your disposal. Again, we know all the the effects of the pepper spray, how effective it could be, as you have seen in the video. Also, as you're going to be seeing in the video, the concept of having a personal...
I was just thinking, like, this video would be really funny just to show people with no context and just, like, to strangers, but then I realized, like, that's literally what I'm doing already, so I don't know.
Protection animal, which is a guard dog. A guard dog sitting at your feet when you're doing your homework or doing your bills in the evening, when the house is empty, the door's being broken into. A guard dog from a very reputable company, a guard dog that is fully trained and certified, is a very good example of defending yourself in every position you can think of, any type of opportunities.
Oh, there it is.
There? Anybody there? Answer me. Is anybody there?
Oh yeah, serve him up. No, Ben! It does look like Ben. No way. Once you see it, like, it really does. It really does look like him. I gotta see that again. Oh, wow. What a performance.
Answer me. Is anybody there?
Bum, bum. Get the hell out.
You better answer me. Who's there? Get him, Lucas!
Oh, no.
Good boy, get him! Good boy, Lucas! Get him, Lucas! Good boy, get him! Get him, long boy! Help me! Out! Good boy, better get out of here! Good boy,
Get out.
Lucas! That's a good boy!
I love this shit. This is amazing.
My name is Tony Millardi from Canine Behavioral Center in New York.
Oh my God.
All right.
Just thank the content gods that whoever made this. Who the fuck is this video for? I don't know who would even watch it, but this scene has got to be good. It just seems like it's got to be good.
We develop our animals in American, Spanish, and German. The animals have developed hand signals and voice commands. Siéntate, acuéstate, heel. The animals should be developed to be a high level of excellence. Down. You want an animal that's going to be good, balanced around children, good with family. Siéntate. Down. Bang. Dead dog. Bring it up. Something that will adhere to command. You're not going to have to worry. If your wife is around with the animal, stay.
He sounds like the guy that sings that song in Toy Story, You Got a Friend in Me.
Hup. Yet on the other hand, if a situation does arise, Andrew, just walk over, please. Stay, friends. Stay, friends. The dog can be friendly with someone.
Balls.
Yet if a situation arises, watch him. Keep an eye on him. He's a bad guy. Watch him. Watch him. He's bad. Bad. He's bad. Hey! Hey! Friends.
Hey, hey, keep an eye on him. He's a bad man.
Good boy. Come and see.
Yeah, Randy Newman.
Platzt. Bleib.
Remember, ladies, never open your door to anyone. A great percentage of in-home attacks begin just this way. The Boston Strangler posed as a repairman. Have a peephole installed in your door. Even then, when you can see who's there, don't open up so freely. Say you're preparing dinner for friends who will be arriving soon. A well-lit entrance is a help to deter, and if a light is out, this could be a danger sign. If you call out who's there and no one answers, call the neighbor and ask them to look out their window. If there's someone there or in the area, call 911 or your local police department.
Do you think Officer Hale would be like chill to hang out with, or do you think she'd kind of be a stickler even while you were like socializing?
Should be posted at your phone. Stay on the line with whomever you call. Keep pepper spray at the door out of the reach of children. It would be effective without getting close to the intruder.
Oh, yeah.
Deadbolt locks that require...
Well, if you figure that a lot of crime is kind of random, like if somebody's like tinkering with your lock or whatever, and they hear a dog that sounds, really any dog, because that's going to wake up the people in the house if there's somebody in there, but like especially a big dog, I think it's not going to dissuade everybody, but it's going to make a lot of people go, that the next one is probably easier than this.
Keys for opening both sides is a good bet. They're almost impossible to pick and should have at least a 2-inch bolt throw. Never allow children to open doors for anyone. While showering or bathing, make sure all doors and windows are locked and the radio and TV are turned off so you may hear better. Bathe while someone is still at home. Alarm systems are a definite plus. Even the less expensive system is worth the effort. Guard dogs come highly recommended in all circumstances, only if you deal with a reputable company. Demand ID of any police officer or company representative. Call to verify before opening your door
Make sure
to anyone
use a
for any
dealer, like 1-800-BUY-A-DOG.
reason.
It's my pleasure to introduce the newest product from Wynn International. The product is the Door Club. The Door Club is a very unique way to prevent your door from being broken into or have an intruder enter with force. The Door Club, on any normal door, exterior door, works very effectively. What we've done, we basically added a brass plate to the base of the door. We've drilled a 2-inch hole, 3/4-inch bit into the floor, and braced it in with 4 screws to hold the base plate in. By using the steel rod configured to fit this area, it's inserted into the floor. Now, this will give you a peep type deal where the door only opens so far. Now, with the deadbolt on the door and the base plate inverted, we have a total secure area that the door will not be able to be forced open. It will hold 1 ton of force. The deadbolt reinforces the Door Club, and Door Club also augments the deadbolt.
Okay, maybe the door thing can withstand a ton, but I mean the door, the other things going on there certainly would buckle under. You could get around that. I mean, it would buy you time to get out probably, or again, make somebody think like, oh shit, I've got to kick this down. It's going to take more time to get this door down, so they'd move on. And I guess that's what all you can really do is just make it more difficult, since people are going to, if they want to get in, they're going to get in.
We also provide deep screws, setting screws to replace the short screws that normally come with your hinges. So with the product, with the deep screws and the hinges, the base plate, and the whole concept, and 1 ton of force will be withheld for entry. Being an 8th degree black belt and being able to break 1,000 pounds with a single blow, and being a police officer for 25 years and kicking doors down in many drug raids, I have found that I cannot enter through this door of this type when the Door Club has been installed.
Oh no. Oh no, she's just had some retail therapy and now she's going to be targeted. Uh-oh.
What the hell's he doing?
What would you do? A, keep pulling in the opposite direction. B, keep screaming. Someone will help you. C, try to break the hold. D, kick at his knees, legs, and groin area.
Kick at his groin.
As you pull back. If you chose D, you're right.
What an operation.
Now let's talk about the last scene you just witnessed. Many abductions take place in malls, around malls, shopping centers, and so on and so forth. Now, one of the biggest problems that we have is a quick abduction, whereas now you see them, now you don't. It happens a lot with children, but it also happens a lot with...
Well, yeah, for just for TOS sake, I don't think they like you to say the word kidnapped. So we're going to use the word surprise adoption.
Women, full-size grown women. Now, we're going to show you how to defend yourself the way Ann did in a sequence to keep yourself from being taken and pushed into a van and then, of course, becoming history. When you're grabbed by both hands, What you want to do is struggling from the top will not get you anywhere, because you struggle from the top, he'll pull you into a headlock. He has better control over you now at this point. So what you want to do is work the pins, work the lowest part of the body, start kicking the knees straight on, kicking,
Yeah, I mean,
having him pull away from you. Once he pulls away,
like kicking somebody's leg like front on is a pretty good defense tactic.
away from you, you can break the hold very easily and then flee. That's the idea of this tactic. Working on the knees. If for instance, Dave has me, I want to be able to kick, everything you can do, kick anywhere, kick outside, then break the hold and go. Get him concentrating on what's going on down here, so you can break the hold on top and disappear. Okay? Very simple technique. Let's show it again. You can pull, you can kick.
Looks like they're at like a Hallmark store or a bookstore or something.
Kick, break the hold, and clear. Good. Let's try it, ladies. Okay, grab, pull. Now, when someone's pulling you forward, your resistance is to pull back. You can do this if you're kicking the leg.
Oh, it's a gym. All the mirrors were throwing me off.
Legs, go. Quick kick, strong kicks on top of the knee, Break the hold and clear. Break the hold and go. There you go. Very good. Let's try it again. Back, start kicking the legs. Kick on top of the knee. Straighten those legs out. Break the hold.
If you can get a solid kick like that, like a side kick to the front of the leg, though, and you could really put a little snap on it, I mean, there's no way they're going to... If you could just pop that leg, I mean, they're probably not going to pursue you.
You haven't bent. Break the hold. Go. All right, good. Easy enough. Enough said for this, okay? Now, one more tactic I want to show you. You grab with both hands. You simply make a fist and bring both hands back to your ears. Snap them back and break the hold. This is the weakest point of the hand between the thumb and the finger. This will open up very easily. I can hold him very gently here, and he can't open his thumb and finger. Very simple. Weakest part of the body.
What a
And he grabs me, I can pull back very quickly. We're going to do with this. Once we're out, we're going to go back in with both palm heels quickly.
Oh, wow.
And then the knee strike to finish off your attacker. Let's try it over here again, Kathy. Okay, pull back to the ear, snap, back into the face, into the groin, and get out of there. Go home quickly. All right? Let's try it, ladies. Okay, latch on hard. Doesn't matter if you grab on top or bottom. Snap back to the ears, break that hold, back to the face, palm heels, knee strike, into the stomach, into the groin area, push off and go. All right, let's try it again. These tactics are very simple and easy to use.
So let me get this straight. His advice is get into the groin, then get out of there, then get home as quick as you can.
One more time. Snap back, into the face, groin strike, in outside, and go home. That's good, very good.
Ooh. Boom.
Remember, ladies, malls' parking lots are a lot like a dark forest. An attacker can come from anywhere at any time. Always shop with a friend. Don't let your children roam free. There are many abductions from malls and other like facilities. In spite of security provided there is no way to tell who's who. Beware of being followed. Look around and behind you. Do not just leave. Stop to see what's going on around you. Walk to your car quickly and confidently, using the main thoroughfares. Keys in hands, look in your car before getting in, and get in fast and lock the doors first. Shop during the day.
I feel like this is like an emoji cabinet. Like these are its eyes and like its nose, and it has like a smile. And then this one over here is kind of like goofy. It has like, it's like winking.
And use what you have learned. Don't guess what he's doing. In this case of a life and death situation, you must react while you can.
Dude, look at this ride. Hell yeah. Nice.
Get out of my car! What the hell are you doing?
Shut your mouth and drive.
What would you do? A, do exactly as he says. B, drive and make sharp left and right turns and hit the brakes. C, drive and hit the first thing you can with the passenger side of the car. Or D, step on the gas to obtain...
I don't know here. What do you think? This is a tough one. I've consulted Ben and Spicoli on occasion. How's it going, Provo? What's the... I don't know. I mean, what should you do here? Just act crazy and hope they bail out? Or hope they don't kill you?
Obtain high speeds. If you chose B and or C, you're thinking clearly.
Okay.
Let's join the ladies at the seminar.
As you know, carjack...
So crash, if somebody tries to carjack you, you should crash as quickly as possible.
Carjackings have become a very, very serious problem in the United States. Matter of fact, legislation has passed to make it a federal offense for carjacking. Carjacking is classified as when a car is actually hijacked and to the point where they're using a weapon to control the individual in the car or to steal the car with an offensive weapon. Now, as you saw...
We can't really say carjack. We need to say, like, involuntary lending.
In the last scene, an individual entered the car without any problem whatsoever because the individual driving the car failed to make sure the doors were locked. This happens many, many times. Given the opportunity for an assailant to get in and actually make the carjack, and we have a problem. Now, what can you do once somebody's in your car? Let's think about it now. As you saw, Tammy had her seatbelt on. She's ready to go. The only thing we can really tell you, and we've heard from many, many other police departments the same way, you may have to, in order to save your own life, because many carjackings do turn into abductions with murder. And you never live to tell about the story, know what you could have done and what you could not have done. So let's talk realistically. When your car is hijacked and you are a suspect is in your car, and you are now a victim with the threat of being murdered, you have to do something very drastic. Some of the things you can do is find the first thing you can hit with the right side of the car. If you're suspect in the car or your individual attacker's in the car, he's not in a seatbelt, get something quick as you can and get into it quick as you can.
What about murder? Could we have what could the one for murder be? I'll have to think about it.
And hit it, hoping you're going to push him up to the windshield or out of the car, and you can leave your car and flee. This is a drastic measure, but measures have to be drastic when your life is at stake. Also, you may think about an erratic driving method. Left, right, sharp turns, hit the brakes, and out of the car you go. Driving to the nearest police station doesn't work, not when he has a gun or a knife to you. So let's think about these things cautiously. Let's keep the windows up. Let's keep your doors locked. Let's have something in the car to defend yourself, such as a cayenne pepper spray, as you'll see in our next scene, how it works.
Oh, damn. Oh. Oh, man. Awesome. That was epic.
Now, this carjacking, our driver did everything right she could possibly do. When the window's broke and if somebody comes into your car, there's not much you can do about it at this point. If you have a firearm, that may be the case. We don't know for sure. You know if you're legal to have a firearm or if you want a firearm. One of the things you could be using is a Guardian spray. It's a cayenne pepper spray. You saw it in action. This spray will take out...
Like, am I wrong, or is this just a scam? This is like it's just a commercial. Like, they just want to sell, they're selling you fear here, right? They're telling you, like, everywhere you look, you're cooked. Oh, but if you can Velcro this to your dashboard or your refrigerator or your doorway, like, it's all just to sell pepper spray and attack dogs.
Just about anybody in any situation. It works on the eyes, it works on the upper respiratory tract, and it closes off the eyes, it closes off the airway for shortly, and it puts them into a state of total confusion. So when it's sprayed into the face, and you saw the power of the pepper spray, the activity of it and how it works, this is probably one of the things you do want to get into. You should keep one in your vehicle besides the one that you have on your keychain in your car. So this well placed. Many of us are putting Velcro on the spray itself, on the unit, and putting Velcro underneath the dashboard side and sticking it up whenever you can reach it at all times.
I thought we were really learning some top-tier self-defense tips that we could all apply, and instead we're we're all just watching a big, like, MLM scam.
Works out very well. So keep in mind, cayenne pepper spray, the Guardian, it will save your life in many situations.
What's with this music?
Always have your keys ready. Look into the back seat and floor areas. If clear, unlock and get in fast and lock doors immediately. Use main highways as much as possible. If you think that you're being followed, do not speed up. Drive normally to the nearest police station and do not get out until there's others in close proximity. Do not go home if you're being followed. A car phone along with emergency numbers is certainly an investment into your safety. Keep all windows up. Have a can of pepper spray at your fingertips, other than the one on your keychain.
One pepper spray is not enough, folks. You need to have one for your keychain, one Velcroed up at home, and then one Velcroed in your car.
One of the most major crimes facing our world today is vehicle theft. In the United States alone last year, 1.7 million registered vehicles were stolen. The amazing fact is that...
Hey, it's me, Gary the Club Bonanno. Gary Bonanno, the club.
Less than 1% of these stolen vehicles were protected by any kind of anti-theft device at all. In 1987, Winter International introduced an anti-auto theft product into the automotive aftermarket called the Club. Today, it is one of the most widely recognized mechanical anti-theft devices in the country. The Club is an adjustable solid tempered steel bar that locks onto a vehicle's steering wheel and prevents the wheel from being turned more than a few inches. Coated with bright red vinyl, the Club acts as a visual deterrent. It presents a visible warning, sending the would-be thief off in search of an easier target.
Now, from the makers of the Club anti-theft device comes the Safe Entry Alarm System. You've trusted the Club to protect your car. Now protect your...
Well, I've really been bamboozled here on what we were getting.
Contents with the new Safe Entry Security System, scientifically designed to effectively protect your...
I mean, it worked for Paul Kersey, right?
Vehicle from thieves. The Safe Entry Security Light and Audible Alarm System helps protect your vehicle's contents when you can't. Never enter a dark car again, protected with the Club and Safe Entry, your partners in anti-theft protection.
Me. Did you see how weak that light was? Get fucking real, man. Oh no. Oh wow.
Don't scream. Don't scream or I'll kill you. Don't scream or I'll kill you.
What would you do? A. Scream the best you could. B. Break the hold at the wrist and elbows. C. Try to get to his eyes. Or D. Drive your knee.
I think C and D. Either one of those two. C or D, I think.
Up and flip him. B is your best choice.
Don't scream or I'll kill you. Don't scream or I'll kill you.
If you get kicked on your stream by your dad, you would want to use like a cast like a spell of self-doubt to make you question what happened. Here we go. That's it. Get that son of a bitch. What's going on with this guy?
Okay, now we're going to talk about any situation that you are flat on your back, such as the scene you had just experienced. When you're flat on your back, you see it on TV, see it in the movies. You have this man strangling a lady. Good, Dave. You know, and you see women pulling at the hands, pulling at the arms, trying.
I like that this guy is competent enough that I can see somebody being like, hey, we should get this guy to host the video. But he's just not really, like, good enough to be the host. But he's just bad enough that it's, like, really entertaining to me.
To get loose. It's not going to happen. In a lot of self-defense tactics, they show you putting a finger in his eye. You can't reach. Push up as far as you can, Kath. Pull your head back, Dave. You can still choke. Okay, stop. It only takes a brief second to crush a trachea. Once the trachea is crushed, it doesn't come back to shape. You will die. So we're trying to teach you a technique that will be effective and simple to use every time in a situation you're flat on your back or pinned against the wall. It works the same way. Or standing on an open area. Okay, when the choke comes in, all you have to remember to do is go over one arm and under the other. Support your arms, make a fist, support the fist, and push off as you roll.
There's like people coming in right now, and this is the first thing they see.
Roll them off and follow them with a knee to the groin or strike a roundhouse kick to the groin in the area. Okay, let's try it again.
Upward palm
Watch
strike.
the arms. Over one arm, under the other, making a fist. Pushing against the wrist and pulling down on the arm, breaking the hold, knee striking into the groin as you move over.
Knee strike to the groin.
And palm heel to keep them away. All right. Let's watch this one more time from the same angle. You're being choked. You take one arm over, one arm under.
One arm
Make
over,
the fist closed.
under.
Do not use the floppy part of your hand because it'll just wrap around. Use the fist closed either this way or this way. Push against the wrist. Push down on the other elbow. It's automatic and simple. You follow them around, use that knee to the groin, and palm heel strike them as you follow through. The individual pins the hands down from this point. They pin the hand.
Man, that would get your attention. A knee to the nuts followed by an immediate upward palm strike to the nose.
Down. It's very simple to maneuver in this technique. If he's real far forward, you can use your hips and buck him forward, turning your head to the side, knock him off. If he's gotten strong in this position, all you have to do in this point, and you'll have to practice this, you slide one hand over your head to break the balance. Now his balance is negative on this side. Slide this hand behind the head. I'll just do the same thing again.
This guy is.
Okay. Now, no matter how much pressure he's putting down on you, you can still slide these hands. Okay, very quickly slide. One hand behind the head, and you're pushing the elbow. As you can see here, this elbow will ride against his elbow, keeping your hand planted behind the head and rolling them off. Again, this technique will work if you use it properly. Let's try it one more time.
Oh, wow. I like how he's getting frustrated with her, but he's trying to keep his like professionalism. He kind of almost boiled over whenever she was supposed to push on the wrist and it was supposed to like immediately pop and it didn't, and then so he did it for her. I think that was the turning point for him.
The hand slide. One hand will slide. This time we're going to roll the other way. This hand will slide behind the head. This one behind the head. Above the head, behind the head. Elbow here, knee comes up, forces them over, rolling them off. Doesn't matter how big the individual is, you will roll them off.
Wouldn't it be more exciting if she shot him? I feel like it'd be better.
A burglary occurs 1 every 10 seconds. That's 3,168,170 a year, and often leads to an assault or murder. Incidents occur most often through the months of July to December. Keep all windows and doors locked. Use a fan in hot weather or an air conditioner. Wedge 2x1 boards in the window frames. Sliding glass doors the same in the horizontal position. Alarm doors and windows. Motion detector lights outside and inside the danger areas. Make it as difficult and noisy as possible for the intruder to enter. Do not set a booby trap, for they are dangerous.
Where do these people live that they're having to board up their entire homes?
Dangerous to everyone, and you may be held accountable for some cases.
What would you do? A. Raise arm sharply to break the hold. B. Stand on his foot to push him back to fall. C. Slide your hips to the side for a groin strike. Or D. Drop your weight to slip.
Okay, my first instinct is to say D, because my first thing I would say is because you've got some momentum, because they first grabbed you, if you go limp, your body will handle just dropping to the ground, and there's no way that they would be able to hold on to you, and if they did, it would be awkward, and you'd have a chance to do something, but I think D is what I would go with, but it could be a multi-answer.
Down through the hold. If you pick C, you're right.
Ah, fuck you. Oh, come on. Come on, she was doing like, that's some high level, like, catch-as-catch-can wrestling.
Okay. Now let's see what happens in the classroom in the same tactic that happened on the street. Many times women are grabbed with both arms locked to their sides. In this case, you don't have much opportunity to do anything other than softening techniques such as kicking to the shin or striking on the feet. And all this does is firm their grip up. You have to take affirmative action right away. Your body's stuck, but your hips are not. You can move your hips to the side either way. So you sharply move your hips to the side as you saw, strike the groin, break the hold, step behind. Now you have a good knee strike into the body
Lay it
to finish
in,
up your
girl.
opponent.
Come on.
Always make sure
He's not
you
made
do
of glass.
enough to your opponent that he does not come back to you and attack you that instant. All right, we're going to try it again. Good grasp. Side step, strike. That usually causes enough pain and discomfort, his hands start to move. At this point, you throw both arms up and slide through that hole quick as you can. Get that knee targeted into the rib cage and the elbow strike behind the head. This is changing the whole statue. The whole statue of you being a woman and being a victim and the attacker being a man and being the assailant. At this point,
I'll just be honest, I don't think this is... It's okay, I guess. It can give you some ideas on what to do, but in the real world, your things aren't going to be moving in slow motion and people will resist you, and you know what I mean? Like, I don't think this is... I mean, it's better than nothing, but you certainly couldn't rely on these kind of fancy-ass moves out in the street.
point in the time, the tables have changed. They're turned. He is now the victim, and she is now the attacker. That's what must be done on the street to preserve yourself as a woman. Hips move to the side. Strike the dagger.
This is what must be done on the street to preserve yourself as a woman.
Throwing, side step, and here comes that gear strike. You hear it hit.
Come on, put it in
behind the head. That's what we want to hear when you make contact. You're not going to hurt your body. You're strong enough to make contact this way. Okay, thank you, Doug. All right, using these techniques, they're simplified. We're trying to teach you the simplest technique possible so you don't have to worry about rights and lefts and ups and downs. Now, Stacy, come on out. Okay, Dave's going to grab Stacy, pick her up, and you know, many times a woman is abducted. And the way they're abducted, they're physically taken away, put into a car or a van. And what happens here, you grab both arms and you lift it off the floor. If you're high enough, you can kick the groin, get the foot up in the groin, get up in there. Okay, there it is. If you're not high enough, you simply wrap the legs around the knees.
This guy does not have much patience at all dealing with these people.
Plant your feet firmly, and you're going to roll in a forward motion and take him off balance on your feet immediately and attack. Or run. Getting away from your opponent is just as effective as attacking if you can clear the area away. Let's run it one more time. Okay, back up a little bit more. Back up a little more. More. Okay, watch it again. Picks up, wraps the legs inside the knees, plants her feet, and rolls. Follows up and finish. All right, very good.
There's a certain level of physical power that unless you're just a master of leverage and speed and you're like an elite level athlete that you just cannot overcome. Like that wouldn't work on, in my opinion, a majority of guys.
Every woman watching this TV production of Ladies Right to Survive is capable of doing all these tactics. All you have to do is put your mind to it and want to survive. And I know you want to survive. Doing these tactics, they're new tactics. Things you have not seen before. You may have attended self-defense classes, but nothing like this. We're teaching you what works. We're trimming the fat. We're getting down to what the nitty-gritty to defend yourself on the street.
Remember, ladies, the situation you just saw is one of 4,320 happenings every day. You really do not need to know the intentions of...
You think Paul Diamond's the kind of guy? Oh, you said Paul. Oh, yeah, Paul Diamond is not the kind of guy to come in and save someone in that situation.
the aggressor at the time, but don't second-guess this type of individual. Realize the danger and react to the danger.
Hey! Hey, whoa, slow down. I haven't seen you before. You're a freshman here. Oh, whoa, wait, where are you going?
I'm going to class. What do you think?
Slow down. You got like 15, 20 minutes. You got plenty of time.
Well,
sit down for a while.
Maybe for just a minute. I've been running all day.
I mean, I understand like the science behind that it works, but applying it is different than knowing that it works and applying it properly in the moment when you're panicked and when you are at like a severe like physical disadvantage.
Yeah, you look pretty good.
Well,
Where you from?
I'm from
Where's your class at?
just down the road.
I don't think you got class anyhow. I think it's been canceled.
Oh, what are you talking about? I don't think it's been canceled.
Yeah. You and me, we'll go downtown, then it'll be canceled for sure.
No, please, no. They told us about you guys at orientation.
What else did they tell you?
Just forget it. I'm going to be late.
Oh, shit.
No.
What would you do? A. Struggle the best you can in hopes you are seen. B. Grab the hair and chin for control. C. Try to strike the growing area. Or D. Bite the hand and scream.
Well, I feel like at this point, if it has the word groin in it, that's what to pick, but I feel like all of those are fairly decent, especially if you could do them all.
If you chose B, you're right on track.
What? Oh my God. Jeez.
You guys just seen the last technique we use on the defensive tactics on the street. When you're choked from behind, as Dave will show, an arm bar choke from behind, locking you in tight, pulling you in tight.
I forgot.
At this position,
you can't bite the hand. You can't bite the hand because you'll get AIDS. I forgot about that.
And you only have several things you can do. One, we're going to reach up with one hand and grab the chin. The second hand will come around, grab the back of the head or the hair, and the idea is to rotate the chin to the ceiling or to the sky as you step out and around, breaking a hole, taking them to the ground, all the way to the ground. At this point, you can use the finishing technique as a knee into the body, and then, of course, you're going to flee or a punch, okay? Let's show that again so all you ladies will be able to defend yourself when you're choked from behind. Okay, the choke comes on. Remember, tuck the chin into the crook of the elbow. That stops the choke, actually stops the choke. The only choke here is on the carotid arteries. It takes about 8 seconds to take you out, so you must react. Okay, going up quickly to the chin.
Don't worry, you've got 8 seconds.
The chin and back of the head or the hair. A quick rotation, pointing the nose and the chin to the sky, rotating, stepping out, and taking them to the ground, and finish off with a knee strike to the ribs, or a punch in the face, or hit to the face. Okay, fine. Now, let's talk about this for a brief second. Same choke, Dave, on Kathy. That choke is pulled on. Now, if you pull...
This guy, oh my God, look at this guy. He's really into it. He really likes to see this guy choke Kathy for some reason.
Back tight. And Kathy reaches back for Dave's head, and he moves ahead.
Oh my God, look at this. He really takes it seriously.
Back. This gives Kathy the indication, lock onto the arm, tuck the chin, pull on the arm, and rotate on a downward spiral, breaking the hole in a downward arc on the arm, and then coming back and taking him off his feet. Palm heel to the face. Always finishing your opponent. Remember, if they want to attack you, you have to change the situation. You make them become the victim once they put their hands on you. Okay, the choke. Tuck the chin. Grab the chin with the left hand, right hand behind the head. Now, always remember where the hand is, that hand goes to the chin.
I don't know about Ben. I've seen the video of Grace not being able to do a push-up. He did lift weights with Machiavelli and what's his name? Lalo.
All right, try it. Choke. The hand goes to the chin. That's perfect. Rotate the head to the ceiling, up to the sky.
She's struggling with John Waters. Imagine her out on the street.
Step back behind him and take him down. And finish up your attacker. That's fine. All right, let's try it again. One more time. Pull him in tight. Good choke. The hand that's closest to his hand goes to the chin. Your chin tucks. Back of the head.
I mean, yeah, that's my point. Like, in the moment, this is a whole different ball game. Like, it's different when you can take your time and make sure you've got just the right grip, and then you know he's not going to resist too much, and then you can turn him. Like, it's different when you've got 8 seconds till your, oxygen's cut off to your brain, and what do you do if he moves his head and you realize, okay, I'm supposed to tuck my chin more, bring my arm down, twist it at a slight northwestern direction. Like, I just don't think you're gonna remember that. I think you should remember, go for the eyes, the throat, or the balls.
Rotate, pull him down to the ground, take him down, finish him up. All right, very good.
What a creep. Oh, look at this technique. RKO out of nowhere.
Girls, let's talk about violent crime on campus and off campus. In 1989, there were 4,800 female students raped on or near a college or university campus, 50,000 aggravated assaults, and 58 homicides in 1990. If the threat continues, there will be a substantial increase in these violent crimes. As a student, you stand a better than 3 times a chance of becoming a victim than anyone else. Our institutions of higher learning are doing what they can to ensure your safety, and their problems are the same as every other law enforcement agency. A concentration of large enrollments, trusting attitudes, lack of awareness and knowledge contribute to the problem. A very small number of those who are capable of committing this
People who trust too easily and are unaware of their surroundings. I think that's a very generous way of putting this, right?
Horrendous crime slip into the mainstream of students and associated groups. Follow the orientation your educators offer. If they don't have such programs, find out why and become active in helping in any way you can to start one. The following suggestions will help prevent you from becoming a statistic and will help all who care about you to sleep a little bit better. Remember, let those you are involved with know under no uncertain terms your code of ethics and what you will and will not put up with. Don't be trusting to those you only met as a student and know little to nothing about.
True.
Travel in groups. Stay away from private parties, even though you may feel left out and missing something. Parties get easily out of hand. Stay away from drugs and alcohol or highly charged emotional events. It doesn't take a lot to set off a bad situation. Be careful not...
Wow, if you went by what these people say... Yes, El Jim, that's exactly what it's like. He'll even sit down in a fucking chair and do it. They'll just run at him and he'll wave a hand and they'll like do a backflip and shit. It gets crazy. I forgot what I was
Not to give off the wrong impression by being too...
Oh, I was gonna say, like, if you do everything that these people tell you to do, like, you would just be living in a one... like a one-bedroom shack that's like fortified with barbed wire and shit, and like... What kind of life would you have if you listen to these people?
Sweet or naive. Stay on...
Don't go to any events that could be emotionally charged. Don't have any fun. Don't have a good time. No pleasure. You don't want to tempt fate.
Know your ground. Don't bring strangers to where you live. Use your common sense and your intelligence and refuse to fall victim. Be a leader.
Refuse
It's nice to have you over, sis.
It's nice to be able to be here.
Yeah, we rarely get together anymore.
Yeah, I kind of needed the break myself.
Yeah, maybe we could do something tonight, huh? What do you think?
Sounds good to me. Do something? You never do anything around here anyway.
Oh. Well, I do what I can.
I think I've had about enough of this. One night I'm home and you have to have your sister over here?
Oh,
hey, Joe, come on, I can leave.
No, stay,
One night.
stay. No.
One night. One time we can be together.
Well,
and then you got to start this in front of the kids?
I didn't start anything.
I've had enough of it.
Oh, Joe, come on. I can do this. No, we have the
Come on,
kids here.
kid,
Let's
settle
just-
down. I can go. No.
In front of the kids, Joe.
That's
come on,
right.
Just stay.
I've
Just
had
stay.
enough of it. I'm leaving. I don't care about any of it. Get your hands off me. Get off me. Don't tell me to calm down.
What would you do? A. Groin kick. B. Palm heel strike to the chin. C. Try to pull hands away from the throat. Or D. Hope he realizes what he is doing and stops. B is the best choice.
Don't tell me to calm down.
As you saw in the last scene, the domestic violence scene, many times an individual will control another by the throat. Whether they mean it or not, it's the best place to control somebody. So chokeholds are very prevalent. And when you're being choked, there's not a whole lot you can do that is not effective unless you really break the hold. If you can break the hold, it's effective. If you do anything else, you're not being effective. So when the chokehold occurs, what we're going to do here is slide the hand inside, turning your body to the side, and use a palm heel into the chin. Fingers into the eyes, okay? And then getting this hand on the inside, over top, breaking the hold whenever you can. Okay.
Fingers into the eyes.
We'll choke again, Dave. Okay, do the same
Choke
thing
her again.
Over
Dave.
top and into the eyes. Take his hand all the way over the top, breaking the hold apart,
I'm gonna get a T-shirt made that says "Choke her again."
and then striking again with the hand. All right, let's try it again. Very simple technique, very simple tactic to use. Choke, turn sideways, snake up through, palm heel, into the eyes, knock the hand down, and palm heel the second time. The idea of using a palm heel is once you hit the button on the chin, a man my size or Dave's size, you'll knock out immediately. About 3 pounds of pressure here is gonna knock him out. So use it. Let's do it again. And also, too, from the choke. Slipping through from here,
now he
hitting,
wants
and
to
into
be
the
choked.
eyes. Okay, this hand has to be knocked down.
Oh
Strike
man,
it.
look
Make
at
sure you
him
knock
go.
that hand down. Okay, you don't have to be big, you don't have to be strong. You have to know what you're doing. Slip through.
He wanted to make sure he got over on that guy before the video ended.
Into the chin, into the eyes, knock that hand down, and hit again.
She was laughing. Come on, girl, where's your acting? Ooh, face slap.
Domestic crime or violence has been on the increase every year and is responsible for deaths and injuries to family members who never really expected things to get out of hand. Most often, the male is the aggressor, so let's concentrate on the fact that 50% of all murders involve...
I don't think any of this is effective anyway. I think what this makes you, honestly, if I'm being real, I think the reason they're even showing the physical stuff is to make people be like, wow, that seems really hard, and wow, when that professor took over, he like hit that guy's arm really hard. What if that happens to me? I better just buy the pepper spray, the guard dog, and the club, and the, what was the other one? The something else club, the door club or something?
relatives of some sort. 28% of women murdered were murdered by their husband or boyfriends. 62% with guns, 55% by knives, 6% beat to death with a club-type weapon, 5.5% kicked and punched to death, and 1.9% strangled. Ladies, let's learn to read the situation, although in some cases there is no warning. Most often alcohol and/or drugs are involved, and this is a fair indicator of trouble. Arguments are better served if they are one-sided. Try not to confront an out-of-control husband or family member.
Club.
Remember the statistics and that you could easily become one of them. Call your police if their help is needed. Leave quickly with no discussion. Others are usually understanding if you go to them for help. Don't be embarrassed. The first time a violent situation occurs, go through the legal procedures. In almost every case, you'll be glad that you did.
Oh, really?
Be aware of any weapons in the house. Inform police as to their location and if the spouse has threatened to use them.
Hoist Gracie, though, the size wasn't so much the issue, that he was someone who spent his entire life learning one thing, and he learned it really, really well. And then his family built a tournament where he could use that one thing on a bunch of guys who had no idea what that one thing even was. They'd never heard of it before. And he beat a lot of, like, just to be honest, like tomato cans, like pretty crap fighters. Once he got to Japan and fought like Sakuraba, I mean, Sakuraba kind of clowned him, like tried to pull his pants off during the fight. And so I think Hoist Gracie was good, but I think the reason that he had that aura was because those tournaments were built around him, like to show off Gracie Jiu-Jitsu.
Oh, boy, it was really cool.
In my opinion. What about women who psychologically torture a hard-working husband for 22 years while he's trying to run a restaurant and real estate business? That's the South to West that we all know and love. And I don't know anything about that. I try to just pretend like everything started when Ben got arrested.
What would you do? A. Scream as loud and long as you can. B. Do what he says to do. C. Throw the bag in his face, disarm him, and put him out. D. Put your hands up and hope someone will see you. You're right. C is the best way to go.
Oh, I love UFC. I love mixed martial arts, but I just think those original I don't think they were fixed or anything, but I mean, they had Hoist Gracie fight a boxer and they made him wear one boxing glove. I mean, although I guess there was if you go to the UFC, they have like on their official channel, they have a like, where are they now? And I think Taylor Tooley died since the video came out, but I want to say maybe Art Jimerson said that it was actually his own idea to wear the glove. I can't remember, but the idea that they would allow a guy to go out into a no-holds-barred fight with a glove on is weird. Oh! Ben fighting someone off, and Grace and OPC Don are getting in some cheap heat on the criminal.
You just saw a lot of action in the last scene. You saw how a female can defend herself against a wielding knife and against somebody who actually wants to cause her harm. What we're going to do is...
We can see how a woman can defend herself against a wielding knife.
Break it down now and show you the technique as it happened. When you're attacked with a knife, there's many things you can do. As you saw Kathy, she threw the bag of groceries at the assailant. Whatever you have. If you have your glasses, you throw your glasses. Don't worry about them. Jacket. Don't wrap your arm with a knife like you see in the movies. Don't wrap your arm with a jacket like you see in the movies. It doesn't work. Throw it to snap out at the eyes to go take the knife away or disorientate your attacker. Now, we're going to show you exactly what...
I feel like these are Jackie Chan tactics. Is he saying to take your coat off and then use it as a weapon? That's totally Jackie Chan.
What happened? When a knife is at your midsection, you actually have to control the weapon first. She's going to control the weapon by coming down on it and to the side. Notice she moved out of the way. Okay, let's do it again. If she didn't...
But if you move, you will be stabbed a lot of the time. They're not going to be like, well, wait a minute. She moved. Let me think for a second on what I'm going to do from here. No, as soon as you move, they're probably going to stab you, right? Is that a crazy thought to have?
Move out of the way and just block the knife downward, the forward thrust still may be able to go, or he may change hands of the knife. What we want to do is get off the track. Like a train track, you get off the track, you avoid getting hit by a train. So you move to the side immediately and block that knife.
Oh my God.
Okay, now we're going to break the arm by using an elbow strike, and notice the elbow strike is up and down, perpendicular to the target. Snapping that arm, maybe not break it, but...
Look, realistically, I think if you're in that situation and you're like, you know what, whatever's going on, I'm not going to go along with this, I'm going to fight back. I think you just have to accept the fact that you're going to get stabbed, right? I mean, you just have to try to minimize it and like make sure that if you get stabbed on the way in that you could like, you know, secure the weapon after that point. But you probably are going to have to take some damage on the way in, I would think.
It causes enough pain in that arm to drop and disorient that knife, pulling the knife back at the same time, dropping the knife, driving to the ground, into the kip position.
Bring a bigger knife, yeah, exactly. Then it was just the bigger knife, then the gun.
Position to finish him off, the body kick, and finish him off at that point. All right, let's try it again and talk a little bit more about this knife tactic. Knife tactics are very, very important. There's more individuals on the street with knives before than ever before, and the idea of the knife attack is very...
I mean, a knife attack is kind of like, oh, well, you know, at least it's not a gun. Like, no, dude, a knife attack is crazy. Like, you have to, like, say somebody shoots and, like, misses, like, there's always the chance for kickback or a gun jam or they're just a shitty sight. A knife is tough. I mean, a knife is pretty, you know, point and click shit. And a knife, you don't have to reload, so you could get stabbed like 100 times in like a short amount of time. Whereas a gun, at least you could maybe like dodge or hide or, you know, make them expend their ammunition or something.
Very common. 55% of the deaths occurred in the United States are done with an edged weapon or a knife. Let's try it again. Knife is held to the body, sidestepping and blocking the weapon away, breaking the arm, forcing him down, get him into a kicking position, and finish him off. Knife's in the stomach, sidestep, block. Disarm with an elbow strike. Push down to the floor. And finish with a kick. Or a knee strike. That's fine. Good. Let's try it again. One more time. Sidestep, block.
I thought you said you'd rather be hazed, like Miss Hazed.
Block. Disarm. Strike. All right, fine.
This wouldn't... did you hear that? All right, fine.
Good. There are many more techniques we can work with.
I gotta hear that one more time.
All right, fine. Good. There are many more techniques we can work with the knife, but we're going to stay at this basic level due to the fact if somebody does attack with a knife, you have other things at your hand. We will talk a lot more about the cayenne pepper spray. It's very effective. You'll see it in more use during this video.
This type of assault is common using either a gun or knife. Always have a companion. Don't be out past mid-evening if possible. Remember, read the situation at the onset. It is better to get out and wonder what would have happened.
No, like Miss Hayes, the foot fetish model on YouTube.
Aggravated assaults occur with handguns and knives better than 50% of the time.
You're right here.
Oh shit, there's that rapist from earlier. Excuse me, can I speak to a manager? Hey, listen, I know it's clear that you're having like a Rodney Dangerfield day. Your suit looks disastrous and your tie's all askew. You're obviously not pleased to be here, but there's a rapist seated at the table across from me. Thank you.
Hi, how are you? How are you? Yeah, what'll do? Yeah, you got any drink?
Oh, he's coming in. I thought he was the manager.
Beer here?
Right this way.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, right. Go ahead. Hey, Ralphie, what's happening, buddy?
It's quite good.
Hey, lucky guy, huh? Got it out.
Sir, your table's right this way.
All right, Slim, what's going on over here? Hey, they got anything good to eat in this joint?
Yeah. Excuse me, right this way.
Okay, I'll be with you. Go ahead. I can see it's right.
This is exactly how I would act at if I did an IRL meetup with the Thorpiverse.
Right over there. No, ain't a problem. Okay. Hey, jackpot time. Yeah, it's okay. I'll be right with you. Hold on here. I'll be right over. Take it easy. Hi, babe. What's going on over here?
Hey, EFD. What's going on, buddy?
Wait, hey, slow down. We'll be all right. Everything's okay. I know these people. They're okay. I know them. Okay. Hey, on that bike, you want to come on and have a little drink with me? I'm out of town. I'm looking for a little bit of fun over here.
This to me is like high level trolling. Like if you were just to do this, just to do it. I think this is fantastic.
No? Come on, right there. Ain't no problem. Okay, yeah. Call somebody. You need somebody, call somebody. You don't want to come over? That ain't a problem either, because if I got a sport, I'm going to give you $20. Pick yourself up a nice training bra. Have a nice night. What, you got a problem? I'll smash you.
Yes.
What would you do? A. Kick him behind the legs to knock him down. B. Pour a glass of water on his head. C. Scream for others to help. Or D. Grab him by the hair to pull him off.
I would do my own thing. I would throw the drink in his face and then do a catchphrase, and then we'd have the fight.
D will be the most effective.
Grab him by the hair. Yes,
Anytime you
Tony
have a
Clifton,
victim,
exactly.
When you're involved with another individual, in other words, Debbie's the victim, she's knocked down, she's being controlled, Dave's on top and controlling her, you're down, okay?
You just come in like a minotaur and just destroy everything until people are finally like, look, this enough. Get the fuck out of here.
And Kathy's going to assist Debbie. How is the best way to get this man off of her control? You can do a lot of things. You can try to hurt him, punch him and kick him in the ribs, do many things. What we're going to be doing is show you the proper way. We're going to move in and grab a handful of hair, gently, pull it back, get that chin and drag him off. And then use a knee or punch or knee strike to finish and follow him off. Palm heel, finish him off. That's the only way you're going to get somebody removed from another individual.
Dave,
in our police training academies, we teach the same way. We'd use a nightstick to come across here. We use an arm bar to come across. But the most effective way is get inside, grab a whole fistful of hair, yank that head back. Once it's
Grab a
back,
whole
I like to
handful,
go
huh?
right here at the bridge of the nose and pull him back. If you don't like to go to the bridge of the nose, go to the chin. You're going to burp him off.
Okay, so what, is this guy just going to leave his hands? Like, he's not going to try to fight back at all?
Bring him right off his feet here, and then just palm heel him and keep him down. All right, let's try that
These
live.
two have a weird, like, pissing contest vibe.
Without hitting. Good. Okay, moving a handful of hair. Chin.
Hey, take
Pull
it
him back. Rip
seriously,
him
lady,
off.
or sit down.
And palm healing. There it is. Simple enough, easy enough to use.
Get her out of there.
Thank you.
Man, what if he's got a toupee on and it flies off?
Don't ever rely on others for help. There have been many cases where a large group of
Officer, what should I do if I need help? Don't rely on anyone else ever for anything.
people have stood idly by, never attempting to help. Stay out of all-night restaurants. Drunks always seem to end up there one way or another.
What?
Always stay seated, but be ready to move fast. Drunks usually have another
This is a nightmare. They want you to be like always on guard to run away even when you're just like seated at a restaurant.
one with them. Watch their hands for weapons. Be aware of weapons close at hand. Forks and knives from the table have become the murder weapon.
What?
If confronted and the troublemaker leaves, do not go out until the police have been called and they have arrived.
This video was 1 hour in duration. While you were better preparing yourself to face the reality of such confrontations, thousands of others like yourself have been assaulted, robbed, raped, and murdered. When you were asked to choose what would you do, it was next to impossible to make a decision due to limited knowledge and probably not having any idea as to how to perform the tactics offered. But now you know myth from fact and how to execute the best defense in a given situation. You as a woman have the right to survive, and you will.
Hide your knives, hide your forks. Directed by the main guy. Oh my gosh, look at this guy. Look at this dude. Literally every job, this guy has it. Casting, program format, director, writer, star. Produced and directed under the authority of the International Police Tactical Training Association, also known as IPTA. A product of the Survival Education Training Series programs. For more information, okay, so this program was made by this guy under the authority of the organization that he owns. Okay, so for more information, contact International Police Tactical Training Agency, aka Robert Fabre. Special thank you to Robert Fabre. Yeah, seriously, thank you, Lisa Hale. What a pleasant person. Thank you to the United States Department of Justice and the FBI Uniform Crime Reporting Program. The famous author. Oh, it's even his kids that are in it. I can't stay mad. Hey, listen, make sure when we're handing out rolls that we keep a cherry piece from my main man, Sergeant Doe Daniels. Angelo Biondo sounds like a serial killer. Hey, Tony Millardi. Well, how do you pronounce that? Sucatrone? Sucatrone? Another family. Vicky. Karate Vicky. Vicky Pennington. Man, what an incredible ride. Wow. I think it was like just 4 families, and then they got some like cop buddies or something to come and help them with it. All right, well, I gotta go. I'll be back tomorrow. We're gonna do wrestling, but it's not gonna be Memphis. We're just gonna do like random stuff that that's wrestling related, that doesn't fit into that. But I'll probably have some extra time, so it might be like a pretty long stream tomorrow, I think. Vicky is amazing. I mean, just perfect. Perfect. All right, well, thanks for hanging out. I hope you understand the human mind, or the female mind, a little bit better. Maybe savvy guy coming in to spice things up a little bit to get the incel perspective. But I love these videos. I think they're entertaining. They're really goofy and ridiculous. All right, well, I'll see you guys later.